I forgot I was muted. Anyways, hey y'all, hi again. This always happens. I try to stream so early because I'm like, I got other things I want to do in my day, and it ends up not happening. About to get on my auntie soapbox and be on some. Someone doesn't want this message to get out here, but it's gonna happen anyways. Let me not be silly. I don't understand technology. Actually, let me see. I was wondering if I would have to um like redo all my stuff, but I was smart and all I did was share my account. I didn't share the video. So yippee, let's go. We should be live. Okay, we recommend that you use an audio stream bit rate of 128 kbs. All right, let's see if I could do that. Here we go. Apply. Oh my gosh, that was so easy, y'all. I finally found the thing I was looking for. All right, now let's see. Oh my gosh. All right, all right. Let's see. Let's see if this works now. See, this we gonna get into it, but this is what we're learning as we go through the Saturn return. We're learning things like patience. We're giving into serenity. We're not panicking. We're just taking things in stride and letting things happen. I do believe I'm live. It does say I'm live. So yes, let's pretend this is the start of the stream. Um, I mean, no one's in right now, but I'll just do my introductions now, anyways. If there are people that are gonna come in, they'll probably come in mid stream. So I'll just introduce myself now, and let's get into it. Oh, wait, wait, almost forgot before I let me ding ding ding. Okie dokie. All right. Let me just okay. All right. And let me fix this a little bit too. All right. Okay, okay. We should be good. I think we could start now for real, for real. Let me go to my sharing screen. Oh, let me. There we go. Okay. Yay! Let's start over. Oh my gosh, it keeps giving me that suggestion. Well, you know what? We're just gonna have to let things rock for now. So actually, maybe I should um bring up the studio thing. I don't know. we just gonna let this rock in. I guess when actually, so I don't think my chat box is gonna show up anyways. So let me actually do that. Cause I didn't set up my chat box to be seen. What's the word? For YouTube. I haven't connected any of that stuff. So, oh my gosh. Hold on, y'all. It keeps talking about the audio bit weight, but I can't actually see the message because it's too long to actually see it. That's so malarkey. Anyways, I'm just gonna ignore it. If the audio is terrible, if y'all can't hear me, please say something. I've been having a lot of sound issues. I said that when we started the first stream, but yeah, I've been having a lot of sound issues, so if something ain't working, just let me know. And I guess we'll find out in the end when this video goes up how well it worked. Um anyways, let's get started. Hello, I'm Walian of Walian Tells, God of Well of a Tell, aka Thug Batman. um, you know, I just realized I just titled this Saturn and Pisces. Oh, that's funny. Anyways, this is our Saturn and Pisces midway review. I'm calling it the midterms because we're pretty much halfway through Saturn at this half of Saturn being in Pisces. We're pretty much halfway through the last time Saturn is going to be in Pisces for a good another 28 or so years. I thought it'd be fun to have a little chat, talk a little bit about some of the things that have, you know, transpired since the last time I've talked about Saturn and Pisces and do a little check-in of sorts and you know, see what's up with people and the things they've experienced during this time and you know, check notes, take notes, and review. Let's get right into it. Um, Saturn and Pisces. Today's the 22nd of November, 2025. And as of today, we'll be halfway through the end of Saturn being in Pisces. Oh, Paksu. We made it, y'all. We're so close to the end. So close. Personally, I'm very excited for the fact that next week Saturday is gonna be my birthday. I will officially be 30. Very exciting. Not really sure what I'll be doing yet, but uh without getting too into it, usually birthdays are kind of whatever for me. So it's an awkward time of year. I feel like everyone that has a birthday around a holiday knows the feeling. My birthday's 2 days after Thanksgiving. Oftentimes my birthday is around Thanksgiving. Sometimes my birthday is the same day as Thanksgiving. Usually means there's not a lot of energy or resources left over to really celebrate the day with the gravitas it deserves. So, you know, we'll see. We'll see what happens. I know something different I decided to do. Well, because in a way it was already different. I've been doing birthday streams the last couple of years. I think maybe literally the last couple of years, or maybe the last few years. When I started streaming again in earnest, I decided to do a birthday stream because I thought that'd be fun. And it was. But I talked a bit at length when I first tried the stream, before I had to reset everything. I've been, rethinking some things, and again, we'll get into it further into the presentation, if you will, further into this stream. But I've been, refangling some things, figuring some things out, trying to figure out how I want to do things, where I want to do things, why I want to do things. And doing a birthday stream, I just wasn't feeling it this year. Low key, last year I kind of wasn't feeling it, and this year I really wasn't feeling it. We'll get more into the whys, a few slides down, but I was like, I'm gonna do something different this year. I'm gonna, you know, try something else. So this is as close, honestly, low key, this is as close to a birthday stream as we're gonna get. Because in a way, Saturn returns are a bit of a birth event, Saturn returns happen w- during certain ages. And your Saturn return wouldn't exist without you being born, because it's Saturn returning where it was when you were born. So in a way, Saturn in Pisces has felt like one giant birthday party, you know? Um, so yeah. Um, you know, kind of reading the rest of what the slide says. We're celebrating getting this far and checking in on what we've learned, experienced, and are looking forward to on the other side of this. And yeah, yeah, that's about it. That's basically what we're gonna go over today, and this is what we're gonna be talking about. And again, it's kind of fun to be talking about this so close to my birthday. Turning 30 is a pretty big deal. It's one of those pivotal years. Um, if I was Latina, I might have a second quinceañera, you know, because I didn't really do much for when I did turn 15, 16. So, yeah, let's keep going. Some keywords to keep in mind while we talk about Pisces and Saturn. And I'll say, if you read and I'll have to add it to the description of this. But if you read my post earlier this week on my blog, kind of talking a bit about Saturn and Pisces, and we kind of just talked a lot about the significations of Pisces and like the associations of Pisces and the associations and significations of Saturn. And I feel like we're probably gonna keep that energy for this stream. Here are some key words to just keep in mind while you listen. And when you are thinking about your Saturn and Pisces experience, and when you're sharing about this time as well, um, you know, look where or not, I'm not gonna tell y'all what to do, but I'll say See if like these keywords kind of match up with your experience and, things you've been feeling and dealing with. Um, for Pisces, I put down sensitive, wisdom, intelligence, emotion, artistic, flow, idealism, and gravity. Um, and the thing is, this time around, I think more so than June, the my Saturn and Pisces video I put out in June, I feel like I really keyed in on the fact that, there is a physical manifestation side to things. I mean, we often talk about how Pisces is so ephemeral and dreamy and untethered. The joke is always that Pisces are delusional and not in touch with reality. But the thing is, Pisces is where Venus is exalted, and Venus is at home in Taurus. And, even in saying that, Taurus is where the moon is exalted. Um, yes, Pisces has these iridescent qualities, if you will. Pisces has this otherworldliness, this in my post I mentioned that Pisces kind of represents twilight in a sense. It's a very in between state. However, there is like a physical side of Pisces too. Like, there's really nothing on earth that exists without some kind of physical manifestation. Even your emotions, which, Pisces, sensitive, emotion, those are key words that are related to it. But you also have to keep in mind Pisces also is known as a very artistic sign. What do we do with our emotions? How do we even know we're having an emotion? We feel it in our body. And, maybe this is because I'm a Pisces. I mean, I am. I'm a Pisces moon. Um, I have a Pisces moon, as some might say. I mean, I'm a Cancer rising, so I kind of am my moon sign. That's probably what you gonna get from me first before everything else. But all this to say, the moon is a very physical planet, despite it also having very uh ethereal associations. Um, but y- there is always a physical side to everything you experience. you know, when you get mad, you feel the heat, the heat rising in your body. You know, being scared gives you a pit in your stomach. I keep talking about the physical, I keep talking about like how emotions show up. But again, the artistic thing, people talk about how artists express feeling and sensation and ideals and ideologies. And, those are all very, those are all things you can't physically touch. But artists, they take the metaphysical and they make it reality, they make it real. And I feel like that's a side of Pisces we don't, which actually I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself. Yeah, maybe not. I think I could talk you know, I think this is the place to go a bit in depth about that. But, we talk about, the floaty nature of Pisces, and we often tend to forget that Pisces is just as physical as all the other signs. Um, and I feel like in Saturn, and I think I did kind of talk about this in my post, but in Saturn, we can see how Pisces can be realized. We see how Pisces can be physical. Here are Saturn's keywords. We have time, age, foundation, boundary. inaction, isolation, pragmat pragmatism, and limitation. Um, and with Saturn, we also have some quite uh theoretical associations, things that aren't necessarily felt, or things that aren't physically felt but are, or physically felt or experienced, that are more internal sensations, if you will. Um, Saturn and its association with time is pretty standard. Again, you don't have your Saturn return until you're about 27 to 30 years old, maybe even 27 to 31 years old. Um, age is mentioned, but age kind of relates to time. I feel like if you want to break Pisces and Saturn down to one word, Saturn, you probably can say time. You don't really feel isolated unless enough time has passed that makes you realize, oh, when is the last time I talked to someone? When is the last time I felt, um, you know, comforted by someone else? When is the last time I felt that's the word, connected to something or someone else? Even boundaries. I mean, think about it. Boundaries change over time. The first boundaries were, or not first, but boundaries are often physical. But think about the fact that so many country boundaries exist because of geography. So many ethnicities and cultures exist literally because of the way the world itself is shaped. I mean, think about the fact that, which is interesting, I feel like this came up for me in a certain way last year. Just it's part of my ongoing thoughts though. Anyways, think of the fact that people often talk about the fact that maybe descendants of the Scottish felt, or gravitated towards Western Carolina and Virginia because of some sort of ancestral calling, thanks to the fact that the Highlands and the Appalachian Mountains used to be the same mountain range. But when the continents broke apart, hills and the mountains still remained, but obviously the boundaries had changed. And in fact, the boundaries kind of were created, right? Now we have North America, we have Europe. They're not connected anymore, but there is still this connection of, you know, people to nature that seems to exist. And to me, that's very Saturn. I would also, say that it's also a bit Pisces Saturn. Um, and again, since I do have Pisces moon, I feel like the way I understand Pisces energy is through a very lunar lens. I can't help myself. I'm always thinking about connections, and specifically like cultural connections, ethnic connections. I'm very fascinated by the topic of nature in all the ways people, or all the things that people mean when they say nature, like human nature, um the natural world. um but yeah, let's continue. And here are our topics of the day. We'll talk about the physical side of things that I've experienced in this And I'm saying this latter half of Pisces being in Saturn, but in a way, it's kind of like overall, because, the story continues. As long as I am alive, I'll always have a past to look back on and a present to consider and a future to aspire towards. We have the mental, we have the emotional, and the spirit. Um, and I wanted to kind of categorize things this way because I feel like Saturn returns are quite transformative experiences. And, Saturn is quite a heavy planet. Um, which now that I mentioned that, I did forget to mention with Pisces, I put gravity on partially because Jupiter is a very heavy planet. And I feel like we get caught up in talking about how flighty Pisces is that we forget Pisces also is a quite heavy sign. Um, so that's why I said gravity for Pisces. But anyways, back to the topics of the day. Um, you know, I wanted to organize things this way to give me enough room to, you know, to apply a little bit of structure to the conversation today, but also give me enough room to talk about things as they come up and things as they become relevant. Um, you know, Oftentimes during important, especially long-term transits, it's not just that specific planet that is being activated or is important. It's also other planets and other um topics in your life that are being activated and are important. I mean, low key, we could basically um oh, what's the word? We can basically kind of categorize these into the different houses of the chart, you know? We have the physical. So basically, when the more physical topics became more activated, um actually, what am I saying? How to put this? Basically we're breaking down the topics of areas of life Saturn touch in this way. For physical, I don't just mean like health and like bodily accidents. I also mean like situations I was in, people I interacted with, things that were happening in the physical world. For mental, I don't just mean like, oh, I felt really smart or really dumb during this time. I mean, like the thoughts I was having, things I was learning during this time, um, new mental exercises. And for the emotional, we'll be talking about, my feelings during this transit, some of the like emotional things I experienced, kind of where my emotions were during this time. And for the spirit, of course, we'll be talking about some of the more like woo-woo things. And I will say that this stream, unlike my last video, will probably be a bit more woo-woo. We probably will talk a bit more about like religion and spirituality, but also just kind of like myself, the things that make me me, the things that were kind of significant that I realized, about my personhood. um I'll be honest, the spirit is a bit hard to define. I mean, who can define a spirit? We'll even talk a bit about against, supernatural things that happened. Although I'll be honest, I don't really think a lot of supernatural things did happen to me during this. I mean, not that nothing happened, but um, to be honest, I my experiences before Saturn being in Pisces are a lot more woo woo than Saturn being in Pisces now. um, but yeah, that's what we'll be talking about during this stream. So, getting into it, the physical, as expected and predicted, health has been a major topic of this transit, but let's not forget what exists in the heart and mind often finds its way into physical manifestation. And that's kind of key reason why I wanted to, emphasize or, I wanted to break this stream down in this way. Um, you know, for my Saturn and Pisces video, I kind of broke things down in more of like a house topics way. But this one, I decided to break it kind of low key in a way. I kind of broke it down in planets and how they showed up way. Um, I mentioned in my blog posts that actually we'll talk about that in the next slide. But yeah, um, you know, I'm we mostly saw a return of issues that kind of started at the beginning of the transit. Or not so much issues that started, but if things were already a problem, they definitely didn't go away. And to a degree, I had a, especially now, like low key, do feel a little bit like Saturn and Pisces is going out swinging. I definitely understand what people say when they say, if during your Saturn return you don't deal with something, it's gonna deal with you. That has definitely been happening. I've been being dealt with by Papa Saturn. Um, I definitely let some health related things go to the wayside. I became very busy, which I feel like is perhaps in a way was kind of a snapshot of Saturn and Aries coming up. But especially considering that this is just a thing with me. I always get so busy and so active during Aries season. I've always thought it was kind of interesting that, I've always been very seasonal, I feel like. Which, now as I learn more about astrology, that makes sense. Um, and in general, I feel like the way we, so I won't speak for everyone, but I feel like the way society encourages us to live our lives, it's in a way that doesn't really adhere to natural rhythms and movement. But I am someone who definitely has to follow timing. That became really clear and very emphasized to me during Saturn and Pisces, and especially as Saturn is inching closer and closer to Aries. Um, and during Saturn retrograde, um, which is part of, how and why Saturn moved back into Pisces. Um, but I feel like for me personally, it's always been interesting because, people usually have like the most fun during their, like, the closer they get to their birth month. in like their birth season. Um, Not me though. I've found it's always been kind of difficult, but I mean that makes sense. I'm born in late November. Um, in fact, when I was born, there was like a snowstorm. I think a few days before I was born, or maybe like a week before I was born. The weather was very bad. It was very bad when I was born. Um, very cold, very blistery, icy, snowy, all that good stuff. And so it makes sense the closer you get to my birthday, the less kind of great I'm feeling and everyone else is feeling because, it's peak sick season. People get so sick during the cold months. Like, literally, every year, someone is sick or ill or just not doing well during my birthday, which is part of why we can never really do a lot of things during that time because people are just not feeling well. It's cold. People's vitamin D is low. I got some low vitamin D right now. You know, one of my physical health things has been, you know, finally taking the meds. And by meds, I mean vitamins. I'm on vitamin D. I'm getting B12 shots. But it makes sense. I mentioned in my video that I've been very sick for a long time, and Saturn in Pisces has led me, or not led me, but during Saturn in Pisces, because that's another thing, getting back to timing, life is so cyclical and seasonal that as I've been experiencing this transit, I've really been learning and recognizing that, like, there truly are just seasons to life. I was very active when I was younger, but I had a lot of health issues that just weren't being addressed. And so eventually it led to me having just a very bad health crisis, which kind of culminated in just kind of having to stop and quit like everything so I could, just focus on me and get my health back on track. I had to drop out of school. Um, which the school I barely even made it into anyways, because, I barely even made it out of senior year of high school because I had so many absences. They almost held me back for absences, which is malarkey. I'm not going to talk about that now or here. Um, but I almost didn't even make it out of high school because of my health, and then I couldn't finish college because of my health. Um, I wasn't really able to keep any jobs because of my health issues. Um, then started kind of working on some things, and by the time Saturn entered Pisces, I you know s- just continuing to get more access to resources that are helpful. But also, as I'm sure many chronically ill and disabled people can relate to, you start to feel good and then you start getting a little bit lax because you want to do more, and or you like push yourself too hard. And so, like clockwork this year, as Saturn briefly left Pisces, retrograded back into Pisces, and I kind of had a moment of, uh-oh, I did too much. And now I'm, back in that, well, I got to focus on my health again. And now I'm really having to be like, dang, I can't do the things I used to do when I was 12. I can't be partying hard like that anymore. I have to like go to bed at a decent time and probably earlier than I usually do. And weirdly enough, I've noticed because vitamin D and B12 are supposed to help with energy. But I feel like I've been going back to my natural like sleep time. Because the thing is, I was the kind of person where like I could wake up early, take like a nap midday, and then go to bed. Not necessarily early, maybe a tad late. Like say I could wake up at like 5, truck on until like maybe take a nap at like 12, and then go on until maybe like 10, and repeat. That was just kind of my natural rhythm. But obviously, you know, s- that rhythm got out of whack, and now I feel like I'm kind of getting back to that rhythm, but it's weird because I got so used to my other rhythm, which is basically, sleep in until like 10, excuse me, or even later, honestly. Stay up until like 3 in the morning, rinse and repeat. Just falling asleep very late, waking up very late. But now, I feel like ironically, as I get more energy, I'm having less energy because I'm still kind of stuck in that other sleep pattern. So yeah, that's been interesting. But again, kind of going back to like the seasonality. Um, you know, as a woman, as someone with, as far as I know, working ovaries and a uterus, my body itself has a natural rhythm. The menstruation cycle is basically a month long. Um, and trying to work within that is something I started, I think, during Saturn and Pisces. And again, it's one of those things that I've kind of been I don't necessarily want to say playing with, but just one of those things I've been kind of uh trying to work with. I would say successfully 'cause, like when I'm working with it is working. But again, it's a learning process. I feel like one of the things about being this age, being of Saturn return age, is the fact that I feel like sometimes we talk about it as like, people do, they talk about, oh, you know, basically you're being tested on the lessons of the past. Like, what have you learned? What are you willing to give up? What are you willing to go towards? What changes are you ready and willing to make in your life? And what changes have you already made? And are they working? Do you perhaps maybe need to start over and try again? Um, I feel like sometimes we don't talk enough about the fact that, it's a steep learning curve. And as you grow and learn and figure things out, um, it's not necessarily gonna look perfect. Even if you're technically doing everything right, it might not feel good or look good because learning is a messy process. And, learning is as much a part of the Saturn return experience as already having learned something, you know? Because, I mean, that's the thing. Learning is lifelong. And anytime you do something new, it's just going to be a bit awkward at first. So, I've been trying a lot of different things for my health. And, it's just been kind of awkward. I've had some successes, I've had some non successes, and I've had some surprising results. And like I've tried things that I didn't realize I was trying. That like with time, and again, especially as we're getting into this later half of Saturn being in Pisces, I feel like I'm at that stage where I'm realizing, oh, there are certain things I've already been doing and I've already known. or certain things that I used to do that I stopped doing for whatever reason, but like I am doing a good job, or like I should keep doing this, or I need to get back to doing that. Um, like a lot of, makes sense. Pisces Saturn, there's a lot of things I've just intuitively done and known or like wondered about. And going to, my doctors have confirmed some things. So I'm like, okay, I wasn't tripping. Like that definitely is something that works, or that definitely is something to try. That is a definite possibility. Like, I finally like I've always known I've had a neck issue. Finally confirmed it, and I'm finally gonna go to like a specialist about it. Mind you, it's been clear my neck has been having some sort of issue since like a decade ago when I first started having all my really major health issues. But finally got to check that out now. Things like that. You know, there's Saturn for you and its relationship with setbacks and restrictions and taking a long time to get things done. Which not on my part, and I feel like that's another thing. I feel like to a degree we overemphasize um people's individual parts at play for their life experiences, especially when talking about Saturn returns. But like, you know, I didn't create institutionalized racism or sexism or ableism. So, or even ageism. Because, part of the issue is that, I was having issues as a child, as a teenager. And, people don't really take children's pain seriously. And you compound that with the fact that I'm a black woman, ain't nobody was listening to me. But now that we're in a new age of more types of people in the medical field, more education on various things, and I won't even say more education, more accurate knowledge and education. Because the thing is, when I was coming up, people were still saying that, black people feel less pain. And now it's pretty more widely known and accepted that that was a bunch of malarkey. That was some BS. Um, that was based off of fraudulent studies. Um, and now just general like sometimes Saturn emphasizes that you are not the problem, and we gonna get into that in the next slide too. But sometimes the emphasis isn't that you are the problem. Sometimes the emphasis, again, that big keyword out of all the keywords, if you don't remember anything else about Saturn, please remember, or please keep in mind, Saturn is the ruler of time. And sometimes your Saturn return is just you looking back at life and being like, wow, a lot of things that I wanted to happen didn't happen because it literally was just not time. I literally could not get the care I needed in the previous places I lived. That was just it. You know, I grew up a military kid. If you are military, I don't need to tell y'all about the military doctors. I also grew up in very rural areas. I also grew up overseas. I didn't always live in countries where people spoke the same language as me. If I had gotten into an accident that, far away from the military installations where I lived, and even then, sometimes the military installations themselves just, you know, different places had different things going on. Um, just I experienced a lot of unreliability growing up. And this included healthcare. I mean, Saturn is not necessarily the sign most associated with reliability. Saturn, or not Sat. I meant to say Pisces. Pisces isn't necessarily associated with reliability. Saturn is associated with stability, but also instability. Aquarius looking at you. Um, to a degree, Libra too. But anyways, Saturn wants balance, but sadly, the world is not balanced. So, I experience a lot of instability in life, literally and figuratively. Um, all my many moves were not helpful in getting adequate health care. And also, literally, my body, the I'm learning more and more, is very loosey goosey. I can do things with my joints other people can't do. An interesting thing that happened to me this year. Um, now I started getting into crochet. Now I started crafting again. Um, you know, and in general, I really have been going back to things I enjoyed as a kid. Things I wanted to do as a kid. We'll get a little more into that later, but um since doing more crafts, having to use my hands, I started getting a lot of pain. And so I decided to get, um, oh, what are they called? Like wrist guards. So helpful. So helpful. And now I don't know how or why I went so long without getting wrist guards. I use them for like everything now. I use them obviously when I'm crafting, I use them when I'm drawing, I use them when I'm writing, physically or typing. I use it to play games. Part of why I take such long breaks between doing things is because I get into so much pain. It's hard, my body just is not uh necessarily built to support itself well, for various reasons. Um, Thank you, Pisces, Saturn conjunct Pisces moon. My body, I've kind of had to accept, is very uh literally unstable. Um, the mind might be all together there, but the body, my joints do not like to hold themselves properly. My muscles are very uh tense and in weird ways and loose in others. It's just a hot mess. Um I may or may not have uh I mean, I won't say anything. I'll just say definitely hypermobile. Definitely hypermobile. And, there's a lot of things that come with that. But that's kind of funny physical manifestation of having a Pisces Saturn, especially Pisces Saturn conjunct the moon. Like my literal body is unstable. Also, I have nerve issues. That was part of what they found with my neck. I have some kind of, my nerves are irritated. I have very sensitive nerves, literally. Like, me being such a sensitive person is not just a figurative thing. My body is literally super sensitive. Um, Also, not this section just being me talking about the litany of issues I have, but let's just rock with it. This is astrology, y'all. When I say sometimes you be forgetting about the physical aspects of astrology, I'm here to remind y'all. Don't sneeze on them physical traits that you could see in a chart. And again, it's so funny to me how just on the nose everything is too. Cause I have a Pisces moon, as I keep saying, and I literally have bad nerves. And it goes beyond just my bad nerves. When we went to Korea and Japan, I had the worst allergies, y'all. Like, I got hives on my eyes. I didn't know that was possible. That's never happened to me before. But I'm allergic to cherries. And guess when we went to Japan and Korea, and if you said during peak cherry blossom season, you'd be correct. I have never been so irritated. The pictures of when we first landed in Japan, because we were only there for a little bit, but the pictures I have before I finally found um some allergy meds which weren't strong enough for me, and I now know how to find the good stuff, but um it I found like not bootleg, but I found like their equivalent of Claritin, or not Claritin. Yeah, I think Claritin. Yeah, I found their equivalent of a Claritin, and Claritin doesn't do anything for me anymore. It ain't strong enough. I don't know what it does, but it ain't doing enough. I found their version of Claritin, and the pictures of me before the allergy meds and after the allergy meds are stark. I looked like a balloon. I didn't realize until looking back at my pictures how just swollen I was. And even now, I feel like my body hasn't quite recovered from it because allergy season, it seems across the board on every continent, was so bad this year. And the thing, like, if you live in the Northeast, you know how bad allergy season is. It's all the pollutants in the air. It's the fact that they're planting the wrong trees. It's abysmal. It's horrendous. Um, like I saw someone, this is a bit of an aside, but I saw someone last year, I want to say, who her doctor basically prescribed her move. Her allergies were so bad and getting worse every year, like that her doctor was like, you have to leave this region. They live in New York, by the way. They're like, you have to leave this region or you are literally going to die. Because every year her allergies got worse and worse and she was having asthma and stuff. And that's basically, what I experienced this year. And I already knew it was going to be quite difficult this year because we had such wonky seasons last year, and I knew this year was looking up to be a doozy too. And I knew the weather was the way the plants, because plants need certain timing. They need certain environments to grow and produce the way they do. And because this year was such a we had such a strange season this year. Um, the weather was so terrible that, and like, oh gosh, especially the temperature. The temperature was so wonky that there were things blooming when they shouldn't have. There were things blooming later, some things blooming earlier. There were some things that definitely were blooming at the same time that usually don't. My allergies, y'all. My allergies are so bad. Thankfully though, in Korea, I got introduced to liquid Zyrtec, and I don't know. Again, I don't know what crack they put in their allergy meds, but I feel like their allergy meds were so much better than when I came back to the U.S. and got more Zyrtec. Um, because it was not hitting like it was in Korea. I'm gonna be honest. Korea, I felt so good, y'all. I felt so good. The only problem was because I have bad hips. So the only problem was all the walking I did and the rushing around. I definitely had to make good use of the elevators, and that in itself was a bit of a pain, but I'm not gonna get into that. Um, I countries across the board can do better with their disability stuff, and low key people, even though disability stuff in the US isn't great, that ADA, y'all, so thankful for it because other countries could use their own insert country disability act. Um, but anyways, in Korea, my allergies, no problem. Ah, Loki was breathing so good, even though I know Korea is said to have bad air quality. But it just makes me wonder how bad the air quality is where I live. Because I could breathe in Korea, once I took my allergy meds. Getting back home, though, like we landed in Texas and I was breaking into hives. And it got worse. It didn't get better, honestly, until like very recently. Because everything's dying because it's cold. Um, but yeah, for whatever reason, this year specifically, I was so inflamed. My skin was so bad. My insides were so bad. I feel like I was just one giant inflammation, like I am the pimple. That's what it felt like. But again, makes sense. I got, Saturn is conjunct my moon, all in Pisces. Pisces is sensitive. Sometimes that's literal. um, I guess we should. I know I mentioned that the physical isn't just like health stuff. It's also like literal physical things. But I feel like I've already talked at length in this section, and some of these things I feel like we could talk about in the other um part of the stream. So let's go on to the next slide. The mentals. They weren't kidding when they said hindsight is 2020. And I really do mean that. I think I mentioned in my blog post that, sometimes we talk about hindsight in a negative way, but ultimately can't you really can't learn something until you've applied it, until you've experienced. And sometimes you do just need that time away. Sometimes you do just need to experience something and look back on it and be like, oh, that's what that was. That's what that was about. I had a lot of, oh, okay moments, making connections to things, figuring some things out. Um, I especially this later part of Saturn being in Pisces, and I started talking about this, but I was like, no, I'll save it for later. And so, I'll mention it now. Um, I feel like a big thing for me as we inch closer to Saturn leaving Pisces has been kind of looking back on things and being like, oh, I already had the answer. I already knew that. I already had the experience with this. Like, I can do this. I should have tried that. Um, definitely more than just kind of being in that like learning stage, being in a very reflective, I guess, mental state. Um, and I'm kind of careful of saying certain things because I mean, Saturn is still in Pisces. It won't leave Pisces until I think like February 16th or like February 18th, something like that. Um, Saturn's gonna be in Pisces for a good while. So I'm still expecting I'm going to learn and experience more things. But as it stands right now, a big thing for me has been just kind of looking back at situations and ideals and thoughts I had and being like, okay, I do know this. Okay, you know, I understand this maybe more than I thought I did. Phew. Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna have to hit y'all with the BRB. we are back. Thank you for your patience. Um, I don't remember where we left off, so I think I was just kind of talking about, just kind of that shift from being in like, okay, I'm learning and trying new things mindset to actually I know some things and I'm gonna get back to doing things that I used to do. Um, I feel like and I don't know because it feels kind of weird to say and even talk about because I feel like a lot of times I've seen people talk about their Saturn returns. It's been in like this very like, oh, I had to let some things go and I had to try new things like, people going to school that haven't been to school before, people going back to school. Um, but for like something completely different, Um, I mean, sometimes people go back to school for like the thing they started and they pick it back up again. But it's like, I don't know, what I've been experiencing and going through hasn't exactly been picking something back up again. It's been more like transforming something that already existed. Like there's a lot of like a lot of interests I already had, even to a degree this. Um, I've tried YouTube before and kind of more like blog style stuff. Um, I wasn't really feeling it. But, I'm like streaming kind of in a way talking. I mean, I'm still talking about my life, but it's not like I'm, setting up a camera being like, "Hey guys, here's how my weekend went." I think my last vlog was when I went to homecoming. My first and last time going to a homecoming dance. Um yeah. This isn't quite that. I mean, I'm still talking about myself, but I'm talking about myself in regards to specifically astrology. This is a semi-educational um stream. And the fact that it's a stream and not a video. Um I think I said during my last stream that I'm like, I don't know. I don't think my current setup can handle videos and making videos. So instead of doing videos, I am just gonna like stream these and leave the videos up so that, they exist and I'll have a video of it. But, you know, it's just easier to stream. So in that way, again, it's like it's a transformation of an ideal. I also had this long ongoing ideal for like a YouTube channel, and it would just be me just trying things and learning things. And I would basically just like share what I'm learning and my progress. I mean, that's kind of what I'm doing now. I'm learning about astrology. I'm sharing my progress. And now I remember the thing I wanted to say, but I was like, I'll save it for later. So I'll share it now. In my blog or, in my post I mentioned, um, oh my gosh, I keep blinking on it. Someone don't want this message getting out. I need to stop saying that every time I forget something. um, but I mentioned, oh, you know what? Shoot, I got access to my blog. I could bring it up. I was considering just referencing quotes from the post. So that would just make things so much easier, you know? Um, let's see if I can find it. Yes, that's it. I mentioned in the blog post that specifically for this what were we calling it, project, that honestly, that's what I call all my things now, projects, because I do so many different things, and some of them aren't necessarily one thing, or like one medium, so it's just easier to call everything a project, which maybe that's a Saturn return thing, me maturing out of trying to give like a title and name to everything and just letting things be what they are. So for this Saturn return project and process, I haven't actually looked at a lot of things, and I haven't been looking at a lot of things. Sorry on my, as mentioned, I have muscle issues. Well, I did actually say that in so many words, but that's the implication of all the health things I was talking about earlier during the physical section. I have muscle issues, so I have to take pauses sometimes because my throat muscles are not wanting to work properly. Um, but during the Saturn return project, I didn't necessarily want to like burden myself with advanced knowledge, so to say. I wanted to just experience the transit, and instead of trying to like predict what will happen or like make it, not even that, because low key, I mean, I mentioned it in the post, I'm not actually someone that is into prediction. I like astrology because low key, the way I use astrology is to supplement what's already happening and what's already happened. Like, I'm not really into the whole like prediction side of honestly anything. Um, but I like astrology because to me, it is just another way that people, try to define and understand their lives. Um, you know, the transits are transiting whether or not you're aware of it, It's not like you can make the sun go into Leo. It's just gonna happen because that's what happens every year. Between June to July. Or no, July and August, my bad. Don't jump me, Leos. Wait, no, yeah, no. Yeah, July to August. I forgot. June to July is Cancer. Anyways, all that to say, every July to August, the sun is going to enter Leo, whether you do anything about it or not. So, who knows what that can mean for you and your, the ongoings of your life, and whether or not you're aware of what astrologers say about these happenings doesn't change the fact that if something is going to happen, it's just going to happen. So, I wanted to be very like laissez-faire about this. I wanted to just really let life happen and experience it and then take meaning from it. I didn't want to insert meaning into anything happening or, kind of like an experiment. It was kind of a bit of an experiment for me. Just kind of letting life rock and then looking back on the transits and the chart to be like, okay, this was represented by this happening in the sky. This was represented by that astrologically. Um, that was kind of my headspace throughout this whole thing, basically. I don't really remember if I went in depth about that aspect of this project in my first video, but that's basically where I'm at and what I've been doing. I've just been kind of trying to let the transit speak for themselves rather than trying to like force um for like force ideals on it or like force certain knowledge, you know. I wanted to learn naturally. But in a way that's kind of been my like mentality throughout this whole transit. Just like, you know, I keep saying that Saturn, a big keyword is time, but I think for Pisces and Saturn, a big word is, or a big keyword is flow. Um, because letting go is two words. I feel like I used a better word in my posts. Control. Yes. Control. Control and flow. That's what I said. But control and flow are big keywords um for Saturn and Pisces. And I would even say specifically, you depending on how you're experiencing the transit, I would take your pick. Is it control or flow? Or it's really down to how you're interpreting it, you know? I mean, that's the thing. I feel like I mentioned this in every single time I post or talk about something relating to astrology, that the biggest thing is interpretation and perspective. Your perspective of everything determines how you understand things. And perhaps during this transit, that's, excuse me, been like such a big ideal for me. Just really understanding and coming to terms with the fact that we really can only understand things through our ability to understand. Um, and it's something this goes into the category of things I always knew and understood, especially a lot better than I knew and understood it. But now as an adult, I finally have the words for it. And I can finally like put a name to it. Like I could say these things to you because I'm like really cognizant of it now. It's something I've always been trying to explain to people, but I could never really quite get it out right that that's what I was trying to say. But yeah, like I feel like people often wonder like why I treat people the way I do and like why I handle situations the way I do. Not to toot my own horn or anything like that. But, I've always been very keen on being someone that is open and understanding. And, this has led to people feeling very comfortable around me and feeling understood and seen. And, it's not like me just saying this. This is things people have said to me. Um, but it's basically good positive feedback for me because that's something I've wanted to do. I want to be someone that people feel safe around, that people feel like they could be themselves around. Because at the end of the day, I'm gonna be me. I'm gonna say what I want to say, do what I want to do, be where I want to be. Um, you know, within the constraints of the law. And of course, my values and uh morals. But, you know, because of this, I feel like I've always kind of, or not always, because there's certain things I say, oh, I've always done this, I've always done that. But that's not true. Because when I was born, I couldn't do anything. I wasn't really aware of myself to have it in my mind to always do or be a certain way or do a certain thing. But as I became aware of myself over the years, I've tried to cultivate an understanding of people, and this has led to me cultivating a understand or I've tried to cultivate a certain way of understanding people to be in good community with people, to be a good friend and be in relationship to people, yada yada. But part of this set of ideals of how I understand people has been this growing ideal and understanding that it's true what people say, that you have to meet people where they are. But there's more to that. It's also letting people be who they are. Because the thing is, there's a lot of connotations around some of the like common sayings we have. And because of that, they've lost some of their meaning, or they've gained certain negative connotations. Um, And so, what I'm trying to say is that part of understanding, one, you have to meet people where they are. Two, you have to let people be who they are. And even if that means, and we're talking about Pisces and Saturn, but we must remember, I am a Sag. I am a quintuple Sag. I have a Sag, Sun, Mars, Mercury, Jupiter, and Pluto. Um, I got a lot of Sag in my chart. In fact, all my planets are in Jupiter or Saturn ruled signs. So, is this a lot going on? And I do have a bit of an issue where I'm very good at seeing potential, and I'm very good at kind of reading between the lines. I'm very good. I feel like that Pisces moon, especially it being in the ninth house and being a Cancer rising, like it does a lot of heavy lifting. If there is a veil that exists, I'm probably looking through it. I'm piercing the veil, you might say. um And low key also probably because a lot of my planets are in a Scorpio ruled house anyways. But all that to say, I do have a tendency to look beyond things. Um, and that's the issue because again, you need to meet people where they are, and you need to let people be them, even if them being them isn't necessarily who you see them as. And I feel like this is also a conversation about autism, because the thing about having autism is a lot of times because you're not keyed into, like, because you're not keyed into social cues, sometimes you miss the cues that everyone else knows to ignore. So sometimes, oftentimes, all throughout my life, I've kind of known things about people, and well, I mean, this transitions a bit into like the spiritual side of things too. But again, I have Sag and Pisces in the chart heavy. I have a very Jupiterian chart despite having a Cancer, or a moon ruled rising, which Cancer is where Jupiter is exalted, so we know where this is going. I've always been very keen, you could say. And this is a keenness that is both physical and metaphysical. So sometimes I notice things that perhaps I wasn't supposed to notice. I might know things about someone that they didn't tell me, but in other ways they told me. You get what I'm saying? It's like when someone's upset, but they don't want to show that they're upset, but I'll be like, I could tell you're upset. And so, understanding that you have to let people be who they are. Part of that is even when someone is saying, I'm not upset, because to them, they're trying not to be upset or they don't know they're upset. So you got to let them be quote unquote not upset, even if you notice that they're upset. And, this is all going into me finally having that light bulb moment of like, oh, duh, doy, of part of letting people be who they are, meeting people where they are, is having a overall understanding that people can only experience the world in ways they can experience it. And I feel like that's a lot. That was a lot of words just to get to that point. But I mean, y'all already heard me. I got a Sag Mercury. I'll be, you know, conversation is a journey. Talking is a journey for me. It's a winding path. I will get to the point eventually, but bear with me. But yes, people are only capable of experiencing the world in ways they're capable of experiencing it, which sounds like a no-brainer, but that's actually a very difficult thing for a lot of people to understand and know and keep to their heart or, take to the heart. Because it's not just that people are only capable of experiencing the world in ways they're capable of experiencing it. That also means people are only capable of understanding the world in the ways they're capable of understanding it. If you only experience the world in certain ways, you can only understand the world in certain ways. That's why when I'm talking about certain signs and certain planets, I'll often say, oh, well, my planet is in this sign. So this is kind of the viewpoint I'm understanding this. Like I said at the beginning of this, I understand Pisces energy in a very lunar way. It's hard for me to disconnect my understanding of Pisces with my understanding of the body because I experience Pisces energy in a very bodily way. I have a Pisces moon. The moon rules the body, the emotions, dreams, all that good stuff. I understand those concepts in a very Piscean way. Also, you add on to the fact that my Pisces house that these Pisces planets are in is the ninth house. Ninth house is higher education, it's learning, it's expansion overall. It's even to a degree connection, because part of the exaltation scheme is with the ideal that if these planets are in these certain houses, this is the way they can express their um this should be like the best way for them or like the best opportunity for them to express their energy. Also with like the house in mind or the chart in mind. And Venus in the ninth house, you know, allows for the other planets to work pretty comfortably and to work pretty well and be experienced pretty decently. However, I do believe that the and other I don't know the name for it, but I'm pretty sure that there is actual like house dignitaries too. And I'm pretty sure in that scheme Venus is actually happiest in the fifth house. I think that's just a interesting aside. But, you know, all that to say, the ninth house isn't just about expansion, it's also about like connection. It's basically about how our connections to the world and our environment expand our knowledge, wisdom, and sense of self. Um, so, I understand all those concepts in a very Piscean way. I definitely, during this time, like, it really became clear to me that this has been a deep part of my understanding of self and other people. And it's also been, point of tension. Because again, it's something like it's an ideal I've been, I guess you could say, like ruminating on in the background. This is ideal that's been kind of built into my personal understanding of, the world and my environment. Again, this is, how I approach people. This is how I understand other people with this, understanding. But, Saturn doesn't just show you, kind of where you're passing the test. It also kind of shows you where you still struggle with things. And I've definitely had some contention around the fact that I understand this about the world, or this is my worldview, but other people don't necessarily see things this way. Again, I'm very sensitive. All that Pisces and Sag energy in my chart, I be taking things personally, you know? I definitely have been like, why is it so hard for other people to let people be? Why is it so hard for other people to understand that sometimes when you're trying to help someone with something or teach someone something, you are not the teacher. Low key, I wasn't gonna say that, but maybe that needed to be said. Maybe someone needed to hear that. But you are not the one to teach that person that. You are not the one that needs to tell them that thing. And I feel like that ideal gets brought up a lot when we talk about being a truth teller and telling the truth, and people that are often saying, well, I'm just telling it like it is. But it goes beyond just simple conversations with other people. It also, you have all these people online that are trying to, learn someone a thing. Like it's such a big trend now, or not, I won't even say that, but it's such a big part of the way people interact with people now, especially online, of basically trying to like teach people things. People always feel like they have to teach someone something. Um, a bit of an aside, but I feel like that goes ties into people's need to overgive and overshare, and people's feeling like if they aren't giving something, then tying into their self worth. But that's another conversation for another day. But people often feel the need to, and also sometimes it's not even about people feeling the need to give. Sometimes people want to feel like they're in a position of authority over someone else, like, ha, I have this information and I understand it in this way and you don't. So to prove how much I'm better than you, I'm gonna teach you about this thing. But it's like sometimes you're wrong and people know what they're talking about and what they're doing. You're just not clued in on their perspective. You're not understanding things the way they're understanding it. They're not wrong. It's just a different viewpoint. It's a different ideal around the same ideal, you know? Which, oh, people, that happens all the time online. Half the arguments online are just people arguing about the same thing in different ways. And And I would say that's not a reading comprehension issue necessarily. That is an ego issue. But again, that's another conversation. But and sometimes if someone is indeed wrong, you're still not the right messenger. You have your way of understanding things and knowing things and your experience with different situations and knowledge. That's got nothing to do with them. What you got to say is not going to help that person. You know, we see it all the time with people talking about how, they hate math. And then people will counteract with, you don't hate math. You just hate, your math teacher. You just hate how you were taught math. And the thing is, that's true. A lot of people, they don't hate, um, they don't hate math. They sure like making money. They sure like, I don't know, a good sell. Math is everywhere. But the person who taught them math wasn't the right one for the job. You know, I feel like, especially more recently, an ideal I've been mulling over is, that teacher student relationship. I feel like we really underestimate how important and significant it is to have a good teacher. Because, in a way, teachers are stewards. They're stewards of their students, they're guides. They're helping you reach a point in your life that you're trying to get to. And the point might be just more knowledge, but also the thing about knowledge is knowledge leads to so much. We're always telling people to, get educated and find education, but we tell people this specifically with the intent that being more educated is going to lead them to better opportunities. In this way, teachers are guides. There's a reason why Jesus is also called the shepherd, because it's this ideal that teachers are shepherding their students, the sheep, into, you know, greener pastures, which would be a life of enjoying the benefits of being educated and knowledgeable. And the thing is, sometimes you have bad shepherds. Sometimes you have people that be saying a lot of stuff they don't need to be saying, or they're saying it all to the wrong people. And I feel like a lot of people, they feel down, they wonder where they're going, they feel like they're not going anywhere, and it's just because they're interacting with the wrong people. That was very clear to me, crystal clear. Saturn and Pisces, especially this later half of Saturn and Pisces, now we're at that midway point, close to the end, that being around the right people and trying to communicate with the right people is sometimes more important than communicating in the right ways. Sometimes it's not that you're saying things the wrong way, it's that you're saying it to the wrong people. And the thing is, a lot of people take that very personally, but it's not personal. I've already said it. It's, you understand things the way you're capable of understanding it. You understand things based off of your experience. If you've never experienced certain things, you're just not going to know what to do with it, honestly, until you experience it. It's going to be nothing to you. It's going to be meaningless, which I feel like is very Pisces and Saturn. Pisces, in a way, is nothingness, it is meaningless. It is the point where one thing and another thing come together and meet. It isn't necessarily the new creation. That's Aries. Pisces is the meeting point. Pisces is where, it is basically the womb. Pisces is the the goo and the goop and the cosmic cloud of nothingness that suddenly spawns all creation. Um, it's that sort of energy. And so I feel like I've been frustrated, you know, and with this knowledge. Well, I mean, actually, that's not fair. I can't even say that. Again, because this is something I've known, and it's really being highlighted to me at this time. But I know I've seen a lot of people being frustrated with this. And I feel like, especially people that don't have Pisces and Saturn natively, so they're not really used to this energy and having to work through this energy. Because, this is something we, as people, with if you have Pisces and Saturn and Pisces, kind of as a collective, as a whole, we're experiencing a lot of the same things. Um, but if you don't deal with this a lot, this can be so frustrating of kind of having to confront the fact that like people are truly different and the differences go beyond skin. Differences of people go beyond even their mentality, their neurodivergence, their able-bodiedness. People are just people. Every individual you meet has to be addressed as the individual that they are. And this is something that I've known, and it's that thing where I've done it for so long now that it feels like I've done it forever, that I've known this information forever. But it's because ultimately it's something I've worked on and experienced. Again, I am autistic. For me, and I'm an extreme introvert. For me, the best way to deal with people and relate to people is on one-on-one interactions. And again, this kind of also in itself ties into people understand the world and they understand themselves through what they're capable of and through their experiences. I am someone who, as an extreme introvert, as someone that's moved around a lot, has experienced all kinds of people, has lived in different countries and been exposed to more cultures in the countries and states I've been to. I like to take people as they are. I like to take people individually. I don't really put people in boxes. That's just not something I do. I classify people in the ways they, I guess, allow me to classify them. I take, there's, because the thing is, people are all very different, but of course, there's similarities. Like in general, if I'm dealing with this, see, I was even gonna say like a certain type of white guy, but I feel like some people would say, oh, if I'm dealing with the white guy, but it's like, no, it goes even deeper than that. There are certain kinds of white guys, there's certain uh backgrounds, like even in trying to explain how I do categorize people, I still ended up breaking down those categories back to individualism because again, people are so unique and so different. And I feel like Saturn and Pisces for me has really emphasized people's uniqueness, but also the way people are connected. And I feel like as someone with Saturn and Pisces natively, it's been very interesting watching people struggle with this. People have really struggled with understanding that people can be similar and their own persons at the same time. And it's kind of been driving me a little bit crazy. I'm gonna be honest. Like, I really had to distance myself a lot from people during this time. I haven't like, I mean, there are some people I've cut off within this year. Maybe, I'll be honest, low key, talking about this later, the closer we get to Saturn leaving Pisces, I've been more like myself than I've ever been. Cause let me tell y'all, back in the day, someone looked at me weird, I would cut them off. Someone sneezed weird, I would cut them off. Someone be like, not wish me happy birthday, I'ma cut them off. So I honestly can't even tell you when I have cut off the people that I have cut off because it just, I would snap, but I got a plaster on my finger, so I can't snap. But imagine the biggest snap in your brain, cause I done cut some people off. I'm gonna be honest. I just got into a place and I was like, you really are not on the same page as me. And that was more it. Like I haven't cut anyone off. Well, hmm. I've maybe cut off one or two or actually not. I've cut off three people for nasty behavior. I could say that. I've cut off three people for nasty behavior. And one of them, it was more like nasty behavior by association, which like again, I'm not gonna get into too personal things, but sometimes you gotta let again, you gotta meet people where they are, but that don't mean you gotta be there with them. Because again, it's nothing personal. It's not like I don't have any negative feelings towards people. It's just we weren't on the same page. There's a certain way I like to be, there's a certain environment I like to maintain. There's certain levels of things I expect in relationships. And by relationships, I mean in relation to people. Like even if we just associates, like even if you're just a coworker, there's a certain standard I expect. And if that is not being met, we are not like I ain't dealing with you. That's just not what's gonna happen. Life is short, life is precious. And low key, if you don't see how precious life, oh my, like low key, the people I cut off, they know why I cut them off, and they know what they did. We ain't gotta even talk about it. But I will talk about certain things here because again, it ties into Saturn and Pisces, and again, like check the other video. Y'all see my chart. Y'all know I don't. When it come to people, I don't play. And I in my we go get more into it in the next part. When we start talking about the emotions and stuff. But like this still ties into my mentals because again, this is my when I say I really just became more myself, this is part of what I'm talking about. Like, it's always been ironic to me that all throughout my childhood, I was accused of being like a low key. People used to talk about me like I was the devil. People were talking about me like I was amoral, I was evil, the people used to act like I was ultra violent, I was a serial killer in the making. People used to make jokes about me uh doing school violence. As an American, read between the lines. Or I'm an American, so read between the lines of that. And low key, even in the Korean drama sense too, people used to act like I was on that timing. People used to call me a sociopath, all this stuff. People really used to dog me out. Why? Because I had boundaries. Because I had boundaries and I cared about people. Like, I'm a bad person because I won't let boys stick their hands down my pants. Okay, I'm a bad person because if you call my friend an idiot, I'm gonna ask why you're failing all your grades, though. I'm a bad person if that happens. Okay. Like, I'm a bad person if you are bullying the disabled kid and I trip you up on some, but you can walk, so why did you get tripped up like that? I'm a bad person for that. I okay, whatever. I so yeah, I as I mentioned in the blog, I'm a lover girl. Like I even like people that know me have said like. people that know me have said like I do not care about these topics or like these people or these types of things as much as you do. Like low key, I be doing a lot. Like anyone that thinks I don't love black people and blackness and being black, a pox on your household because you are truly just going out of your way to be a hater at that point. Because there's no reason why you should know me personally on a first name basis and not understand that I live, breathe, and die for my folk. And that's across the board. I love women. And low key, I mean, maybe we'll get into it the next slide, but there's even some things that we could bring about and talk about that. And I'll probably mention it because it'll be light and it'll lighten this up because this did get a little bit dark. But I love women. I love womanhood. Like, it makes me so sad and disappointed that growing up, part of why people didn't like me and had bitterness in their hearts towards me is because of how much I love womanhood and girlhood. And I love being a female. Like I don't know what to tell you. Like women are awesome. Being a woman is great. And I will never be ashamed of that. And I've never had shame about that. And it makes people so mad. But I'm like, I can't help it. I'm sorry your experience with womanhood or woman has not been great, you know? And to be honest, mine hasn't been either. Like, part of the things going on in my head during this time has been around my relationship with women. I've been in like a lot of the times when I talk about situations I've been in, and like especially, like the not so great situations, it involves women because I've mostly been around women all my life. Low key, I feel like part of this transit. Ooh, look, I'm gonna be honest, y'all. I'm kind of scared. I'm kind of scared going into Saturn and Aries, cause to me, Pisces is such like a ultra feminine sign. It's so girly pop. It's so I mean, I know the signs aren't like necessarily literally about like male female, but in my experience, Pisces has been such like of all you could say like the introverted signs or the negative signs, whatever however you like to do your polarity. Whatever is the equivalent of fe- female signs, femme signs. Low key, I like to say femme instead of female because female has its bad connotation. But femme, I also think like femme applies to men too. Like it's pretty low key in a way gender neutral because you could be like femme non binary. Anyways, of all the femme signs, Pisces is the most femme. So, like I literally went to an all girls school and I got a Pisces ninth house. So like, that's just what it is. Um, I've always been in now this has turned into a rant about how much I love women and been about women, but like that's just true. That's always been me. And Loki's a little bit scary because we're going into Saturn and Aries, and it's gonna be the men's turn. Because Aries is like if Pisces is the ultimate femme sign, Aries is the ultimate mask sign. And yeah, it's gonna be a little bit rough, y'all. It's gonna be a little bit rough. Um, I'm a little bit scared because it has been very woman woman strong in my life, and now I'm starting to be like, actually, hmm, I don't know. Maybe I don't support women's wrongs after all, because some of y'all aren't joking. Some of y'all generally believe women need the right to terrorize the world, and I don't play that because again, when you love someone, you want to see them do well. You want to see them do better. And low key, that's part of why I've had to cut some people off, which I was gonna mention in the physical part because like I physically have distanced myself from some people, but I've also been mentally distancing myself from people because like I said, I don't remember when I cut some of these people off. And there's even some people I cut off maybe recently. I'll be honest, I couldn't tell you once people are once I'm not involved with people anymore, they're dead to me. Like, and I used to think this was a problem, but now as I'm getting older, hindsight being 2020, I'm like, this isn't a problem. This isn't actually an issue. Because if you wanted to be in my life, you would behave in a way that would allow you to be in my life. You know? If you wanted to be on my mind, you would give me a reason to remember you. And that sounds so toxic. But, maybe it is to a degree. In certain situations, if you are a Sagittarius like me, you might want to think twice before you apply this logic to your life. Are you really protecting your peace? Or are you being a Sagittarius? Let's be careful. And that was part of why I took a step back initially and started being like, no, let me be more open. Let me, be super giving and let me really put in effort so people know like I care about them, they matter to me. And I used to be that person that I'd be like, look, girl, even if we're not friends anymore, I still love you. I still want the best for you. Now, I don't be having conversations with people like that. I have conversations with people I actually want something in the future with. Like, yeah, it's that simple. Cause why am I wasting energy on people that don't put that same energy towards me? And again, I'm sure these things are very like obvious to other people. Like I'm sure there's some like, I don't know, Tauruses out there that's on some girl. It took you this long to figure that out? Well, yes, it did. Thank you. Don't be mean to me, please. We just were talking about how people can only understand what they can understand. This is my truth, okay? This is what I'm understanding. Um, and so yeah, I had to come to the understanding, the realization that some of the things that just the way I naturally am, the way I naturally think, the way I naturally understand things isn't a problem. And I'm sure that's obvious to other people. But it wasn't for me because again, I'm disabled. I'm, part of my disability, like not all my disabilities are physical. I also have learning disabilities. And again, I'm autistic. And, autism affects like everything. It affects the way you think, your perception of the world. It affects your physical body. There's a lot of comorbidities with autism. You're literally from the rooter to the tutor, you're built different. And that might not be the best way to put it, but that's how I'm putting it. You know, on the outside, on the inside, you're just a little bit different from other folk. So, there's certain things that maybe have come to other people naturally that I've had to take these 30 some years to learn and understand. And like, really, and I keep saying take to heart because I feel like with Saturn returns, that's what's happening. A lot of times you already know these things. You've already experienced these things. That's why I'm saying this is the midterms. This is like the refresher course. This is the halfway point of being like, wait a minute. I know we said we understood this, but did we really understand it? Have we really learned our lessons? Excuse me, are we really making improvements? And a lot of times you are, and you have. And sometimes we like psych ourselves out. Like, I feel like I started doing that maybe like on low key kind of leading up to like today. I low key, I feel like I don't know what was in the air. I know the girls kept talking about, um, I'm saying the girls, let me stop. But I know, the astrologers were saying a lot about Mercury retrograde and the Scorpio new moon. Um, and people are really emphasizing that. I think there was like a grand water trine with Saturn, Scorpio new moon. I think the Scorpio Mercury. No, no, no. That means Jupiter. Thank you. That's how trines work. The Jupiter in Cancer, which low key, let's not actually talk about it. I mean, I wasn't wrong when I said when Jupiter was in Cancer, I was gonna act a fool and y'all wasn't gonna be able to tell me nothing. But because Pisces is in, or I keep saying that because Saturn is in Pisces, I've also it's been in a kind of, how to put it? It's been in an interesting and unique way. I'll say that. But yeah, we had that grandwater trine. I feel like last week, oh my gosh, I was really put through the ringer. Like in my brain though, intellectually, mentally. Like I feel like I've never thought so hard about so many things in my life. It was like my life was flashing before my eyes, basically. I was really like, dang. And of course I feel like part of it is also my birthday's coming up. I'm gonna be 30. I've had a lot to think about. I've had a lot of years to reflect on and learn about. And I mean I'm sure you could hear it, you could tell it. I've suddenly gotten so animated. I'm very emotional right now, kind of keyed up. Cause it's been a lot. It's been a lot. Let me actually look at these notes. I love how I make these slides and I make notes, but I know the notes are just here for honestly moments of silence. So I'm like, well, what else can I talk about? Because I've not talked about anything that was actually on my notes. But there's one thing I did specifically want to talk about during this section, which is books. Some of the books I read. Because I feel like this year specifically has felt so big internally. And I feel like I usually, when people talk about Saturn returns, and it makes sense. Saturn is in Pisces. I just said Pisces is kind of like a ultra feminine sign. In astrology, feminine basically just means like introverted, inward energy. INWARD. In case y'all didn't hear that clearly. It's internal. There we go. That's another good word. It's very internal energy versus masculine energy, which is external and more extroverted. So it makes sense that Pisces and Saturn has been felt so internally. And I feel like I mentioned that in my video. But, it's just been getting more and more clear because I feel like part of why I've been feeling a little bit crazy is because there's been so many things that I've been just experiencing internally that is so hard to externalize and actually talk about, which is hilarious when you consider, now that I think about it, the fact that Mercury does its worst in Pisces, and Mercury is kind of a planet all about externalizing things and making things real and reality, and what's quantifiable. And Pisces is not good with any of that. Pisces is like, I don't know. I mean, I felt something. Let's be chill. Let's go with the flow. And Mercury is gripping, gripping the flow and control on some. Oh, how did y'all like my Virgo impression? Anyways, but a helpful thing for me for making sense of what's been going on in my brain and in my mind, and also some things that have really helped make things click into place for me have been some of the books I've read. I've kind of go through phases of like reading a lot of books and like barely reading a book at all. So, I feel like I'm not trying to think. I feel like it maybe started in, oh gosh, what is it? I think I know because the thing is, I most of my books I read from the library and I get them digitally. So I feel like I got books to read on our trip, but I don't remember if I actually read them or not. So I feel like it's books I've read, honestly, maybe books I have read since Pisces went back into Saturn. Oh, actually, yeah, that's kind of crazy. I read way more books within the past like 3 months than I have within the past like 3 years in like one go, I should say. Usually I don't read so many books in such a short amount of time. Um, but yeah, I've read so many more books than I usually do in such little time. And these books are Share Volume 1. If you follow me anywhere on social media, I'm sure you've seen me talking about it. That book, oh my gosh, you want to talk about life changing? It's such a good book. Like honestly, nothing else to say. It is such a good book. Yeah, I've been reading a I've been reading a lot of like memoirs and biographies. Um very, you know what, I'll say kind of intimate books. Books around either like intimate look into ideals or like the lives of people, or just books kind of around intimacy and connection, which, kind of again on the nose for Saturn and Pisces. Um Share just reminded me how much I love Tauruses. Um, Tauruses are great. I wish they loved me back. Mm. But I'm gonna be on. I get it though. I do too much. That's why Tauruses they be like, "Girl, don't come over here," and I'm like, "But I love you." Low key, actually, y'all would even understand that joke if I made it, unless you are also in Citizen, specifically into NCT Dream. But actually, I'm gonna stop here before I expose too much of myself. Uh, let's just say, yeah, I'm a fan of Tauruses. I don't actually know that many of them, but when I see them out in the wild, I'm like, yeah, go girl, go. I'm rooting for you. I'm a Taurus's biggest fan. I really am. And honestly, I'm Cher's biggest fan. Like, I feel like reading that book because for the past few months, and again, like, I feel like these is really ramped up and sped up and amplified specifically within the past like 2 weeks, maybe. I would like to say, oh, since November's been, or yeah, since November started, but not really. It's literally just been the past 2 weeks. Everything's been like boom, boom, boom. Um, but like I got really into like 90s and 2000s music, which isn't in itself weird because I only not only, but I listen to a lot of oldies. Um, I was kind of excited when Luther dropped, by Kendrick Lamar, because I was already listening to the song get sampled. Oh my gosh, I had that song on repeat. And I was like, yes, and kiss, oh my gosh, yeah, oh, I'm sorry, y'all. I just thinking about it's getting me excited. But Lover Girl by Megan the Stallion. I've been listening to Kissing You on repeat too, and so of course I was excited that she dropped that song and it samples that too. I'm like, yes, my faves are living in my brain. I love when that happens. Um, But yeah, all that to say, share reading the share book just reignited memories of my love of share, especially because I didn't quite realize or understand. I mean, I'll be honest, I never really knew anything about Cher. I just knew I liked her music. And she was a very fashionable person. You know, she was known for costumes, had good music. I mean, again, I lived in Europe during the 90s and 2000s, so I heard a lot of Cher. I did not realize when we came back to the US that Cher not, not that she's not big, but not as big. And in the memoir, you actually find out they went to the UK to be like the big stars that they are. Um, no, to be the big star they are. But I mean, she went with Bono. But anyways, um, that started. I won't say planting seeds in my brain, but maybe watering. Not even watering, fertilizing. It's like reading the share book started fertilizing plants I didn't realize were in my brain. And it reminded me in the back space back there, there's a garden. And I was like, oh yeah, let me go start tending to that again. And then I read, I think after that, I read Heart and Soul by Maeve Binchy. I don't want to talk about it. Not in a bad way, in a y'all don't understand. You know how earlier I was talking about I love black people. I love blackness. I love womanhood. I love woman. I love Maeve Binchy. Y'all don't understand how much I love Maeve Binchy. When I found out she passed, I was devastated. I was like, what do you mean? My favorite author's already dead. I just found out about her. I just started reading her. What do you mean? What do you mean? And I mean, if y'all watch my last video, you know why personally that sort of thing be hurting so much, cuz all my faves are dead. And let's not even talk about one of the most recent passings. So many passings actually this year. We're not even going to discuss it in this stream. We're not going to. But all my faves are dead. We're not going to get into it. However, I will say Maeve Binchy amazing, amazing writer. And part of why I love her writing is because it reminds me of my own writing. And I don't mean that in like an arrogant way. I just mean her style of writing is my style of writing. I love it. I love that style of writing. I love the fact that she basically is writing like stories within a story. That's how she tells the story. Like each chapter is basically like a short story. And these short stories come together to form one big story. And that is how I write stories. And it makes me very excited to see other people write in that way because I felt like a freak for writing like that. I felt very, strange and out of the norm. Not a lot of people write like that. And like she takes such a human approach, and even when she has characters that are not the best and are honestly would be villains in any other book, and technically are villains, they're antagonists. She humanizes them so well, but still allows them to be like evil. And that again is something I like to do and I do in my own writing. Like I've been told I have a very like humanistic approach to how I portray characters. Like people have really liked just how I write people, you know, and I love reading this amazing author and seeing that I'm not crazy. This is a valid way of writing. And, not to say that any one way of writing is valid. How you write is how you write. Everyone has, again, people are people. People are gonna do things the way they can do it. So, people can write however and in whatever ways they want. But it's just nice to see someone writing in a style that is similar to mine. And of course that I love reading. So I read and the funny thing is I actually started Heart and Soul last year or the year before last year, maybe even during Saturn in Aquarius. And I couldn't get through it. And then it left the library, came back, I snatched it up, um, got through the whole thing straight. I didn't have to like return it, pick it back up again. Nah, I went through that thing. And it was so good. But also makes me think, well, maybe the reason why I couldn't get through it is just because it wasn't for me yet. I wasn't ready to read the book. And, that's always been a big thing with me. Like, even now, there are a lot of books I haven't read just because low key, I'm just not in the headspace for it. Or, like, honestly, I don't need the book. Again, getting back to that thing of saying that sometimes when you're trying to teach someone, they don't need to be taught it. And also sometimes when you're trying to, or, sometimes they're not the right teacher to teach someone. For me, that's been some books. Um, there are certain books I'm sure if people heard I've never read them, they'll be like, oh my gosh, but everyone needs to read this. Not me. I live it. Why do I need to read about it? Or like, that's a concept I already understood. And again, not to say there's anything wrong or bad about you. If you needed that book to understand that thing, that reading that book made you understand, but I'm not you. I've gotten my understanding of certain things in other ways. And it's not better or worse. It's just different. And I'm happy to say Maeve Binchy isn't one of those authors who's written something that I'd be like, it's not for me. I've gobbled up everything I could from my library. That is Maeve Binchy. But again, trying to read the book during Saturn in Aquarius, it wasn't for me yet. Now Saturn in Pisces, it was exactly what I needed. It hit the spot. Really made me think about a lot of different things. It made me learn a lot. I mean, Maeve Binchy is an Irish writer. Her, I don't know if all of them are, but at least the ones I've read are set in Ireland. Um, they do take place, I think, or at least the ones I've read during like the 90s to early 2000s. So it's like a snapshot of an older Ireland, or maybe like 2000s to mid 2000s, no, late 2000s. Either way, 90s to 2000s. So, it's older Ireland. And, she has passed now, so there aren't going to be any new Maeve Binchy books. So, if I want to learn about modern Ireland, I'm going to have to find other authors. But it's just interesting, It's interesting to learn about other places. And I feel like I don't often read um like contemporary books from other countries. So that in itself was interesting, just like learning about just life in another place. Um, I know people might be a little bit like, you're, how exotic is Ireland? But I mean, I'm an American. I've never lived in Ireland or been to Ireland, so it was pretty exotic to me. I don't know nothing about them people. And I'll be honest, the only Irish I know are their descendants here in the US, and they claim they're a poor representation. But I've I've never known it or seen it to know it. I ain't experienced Irish people from Ireland, so I couldn't tell you. I'll just take their word for it, I guess. But yeah, great book. I read it. well, I listened to it while playing um oh, what's the name of that game? Oh my gosh, it like came out this year and there was a version 2. It's like the game where you build houses or like you decorate houses. I think it's House Renovator. I think that's the name of it. Like Home Renovator or House Renovator, something like that. Let me see. I should still have it installed. House Flipper. There we go. Thank you. House Flipper. I listened to it while playing House Flipper. 10/10 experience, would recommend. Now when I think back on parts of the book, I have where scenes of playing House Flipper in my mind. And honestly, if you want to maintain, this is kind of a quick little fun thing during Saturn and Pisces about my mentals. I figured out, excuse me, like I figured out new ways to retain information. New ways of learning that work for me. And playing a video game while listening to a book has been really helpful in retaining information. This is something I knew about because, in school, they talked about how scribbling while in a class can help you remember things. But, obviously, as you get older and you leave academic settings, how you learn kind of has to match how you're living. The life of a student is different from the life of like an adult professional. So, for me, I found that listening to books or like doing certain things while playing a game is helpful. Like I'll watch like lectures and stuff while playing a game, or like I'll watch like educational videos and now I'm listening to my books while playing games. And it's helpful because now when I need to recall certain things, I can recall the point in the game I was. And it's interesting. I've started playing, and this is like something that happened very recently. I know we've been on this side for a while, but bear with me, please. Like y'all know how these go. Y'all know, uh, it's long. It's low key. It's hard to talk about astrology and it life experiences in a small, short way. Anyways, anywho, a kind of a random aside. I started playing this game that's basically like Blendoku, but the original Blendoku got taken off the app stores, and I don't know where, who, or I mean, I guess it Blendoku doesn't exist anymore. Someone made basically a Blendoku um type game, however, called Colorama. However, every time I would play Colorama, it kept reminding me of another game. And like I was going crazy trying to remember what this other game was. And I think I finally found it. I think the game it kept reminding me of is I Love Hue. Hue as in HUE. It's another color sorting game. And I forgot it's like a color sorting game, but it's got like the way they do their levels is basically you're going through a dream and their daily levels is actually called like daily divination, and each level has a symbol and the symbols have a word they stand for. And so basically the quote unquote like the daily missions are basic they're are the daily divination, and you as you play the game you unlock different symbols, so your daily divination is different um you know symbols or like words you need for past, present, and future. It's all very esoteric and uh It's just so like strange, I don't want to say strange, but it's unique. So unique for a color sorting puzzle game. And so as I continue to play the game, I'm one remembering more about the game, two realizing, oh, I think this is a puzzle game I've been trying to think of when playing Colorama. Because I know it's not Blendoku. Because I played Blendoku and I know Colorama is like almost a one-to-one recreation of Blendoku. But this puzzle game had like certain mechanics that I couldn't remember if I was thinking of another color puzzle sorting game or another game entirely that just was like very colorful. But playing I Love Hugh, I'm like, I don't know, man. Maybe this is the game, but it's got a lot going on. So that's why I wasn't making the connection because I don't remember the whole esoteric symbology part of it. But yeah, that's just a random thing this section has reminded me of. But yeah, another book I read is The Enchanted April by Elizabeth Van Armen. I think actually I read that before I read Heart and Soul. Oh no, I'm saying Heart and Soul. I also read Minding Frankie. I forgot. I read Minding Frankie. That's the one. I've been saying Heart and Soul, but it's part of like that series of books. I actually think I read Heart and Soul last year. I No, yeah, I did read it this year. Yeah, I read both of them, Heart and Soul and Minding Frankie. Both good books. Um, but I read The Enchanted April, which was so interesting. I know it's like one of those like classic British books, but low key, it's not like it's a book that came up in American schooling, at least not my schooling. But it's one like I had a vague awareness of, so I read it and it was actually pretty good and pretty interesting. And I feel like it really captured that like Saturn Pisces uh theme of control and flow and connection and relationships and love. A lot of people are in or getting into their lover girl era, me included. Um and sometimes you read an old book and it's like, I don't know. This, unless you're getting graded on your knowledge of it, sometimes dealing with the past shenanigans isn't worth it. Um, but I don't remember anything too like crazy in it. So I was like, this is actually quite enjoyable. Like if someone wrote something similar to this in the modern age, I probably would still read and enjoy the book. Um, and I forgot I was meant to find. I think they made a like TV movie of it. I'm sure they've done film versions of it. So I was meant to find that and try and watch that. See, compare and contrast. But low key, that just led me down a rabbit hole of looking into the actors and actresses and the writers and other people of that time. I've gone through a lot of Wikipedia rabbit holes during this time. And I'll be honest, I don't know how much of the information I retain, but I'm sure in another 30 years I'll randomly remember all of it, just like I'm randomly remembering everything the last 30 years ago today. I also read A Wardrobe and a Great War by Joseph LeConte. That was interesting. That one was basically about C.S. Lewis and J.R.R. Tolkien, and basically their, like, how their, Christianity played a part in their writing. But to me, it was interesting because, I mean, one, it focused on kind of how, not like, not just because, people always talk about, oh, their Christianity was, a prominent part of their writing, especially obviously C.S. Lewis. But it also kind of focused on obviously the Great War, how World War One tied into that. And also just it talked about kind of different, like, just kind of what the thoughts of the time were, and the, kind of where people's uh heads were at, like where society just kind of was at that time, and what made them kind of stand out even compared to, other Christians of the time. um it's always been kind of interesting to me how obviously Tolkien has inspired so much of the fantasy scene, and yet it seems like all people did was focus on the aesthetic of his stories and not like the actual meaning or messages in the stories. Like, I don't necessarily know if Tolkien would approve of, how much racism there is in the fantasy scene, and people using his work as like a excuse to encourage that, because that wasn't really his thing. I mean, obviously he was a man of his time, but he tried to be, decent. He tried to be better, even if he didn't always, even if everything he did wasn't necessarily the best, or what we today would say is the best way to write or talk about something. But he tried. Like, low key, actually, that might be a little too controversial, and if I feel like saying that piece, I'll save it for when we get to the spiritual aspect. But yeah, let's move on. The emotional. I'm a lover, not a fighter. Well, I am now. I feel like that speaks for itself. I already mentioned people really used to have me all kinds of messed up when I was younger. I don't know why I made people so mad. Again, having boundaries. And it is interesting. I feel like we often talk about astrological placements and how, we represent them. But a lot of times, I think, especially when you have planets above, the horizon line, it's not so much what you're doing, it's what other people are doing. Like, a lot of the beef I've had over the years has been one-sided, and I wasn't the one beefing. And still to this day, I'm sure some people be beefing with me that I don't even know about. One, because it's not my business, and two, because it's got nothing to do with me. Pisces is an interesting sign because, it, in that similar vein as Scorpio, it's about connection and enmeshment and, fully giving yourself over to something. It's kind of the ultimate sign of union. Um, but for me, especially, with Saturn squaring my Jupiter, and just in general, the fact I have, this planets and Sag that I do, and just generally that energy doesn't really mesh the best. Um, not all my Sag planets square my Pisces ones, but there are some squares, and just in general, it's clear they don't see eye to eye. Um, I've definitely experienced and been dealing with the fact that, a lot of issues I've had with people hasn't necessarily always been on my end, and just trying to, I would even say trying to understand and make sense of, because, now I'm in a place where, like, I think before I would say trying to understand and make sense of, but now I'm in a place of like, it is what it is. You know, when you're someone that is very open and generous, oftentimes people take that for granted or they expect it. Like, if people know you're a generous person, obviously people are going to come to you for your generosity, which isn't a problem. I mean, why be generous if it's not to give? That's what makes you generous. But it becomes an issue when you are generous and people just expect the generosity. You know, people don't necessarily ask, people just take. That's an issue. That's when it becomes stealing. It's not a gift if you walk into my house and you just leave with it. That's called stealing, and I'm gonna have to call the cops now. I feel like at this stage of Saturn and Pisces, I'm calling the cops. I'm realizing some people have walked into my house, left with my things, and now I have to get the law involved. Thankfully, not literally. That was a literal issue though when I was younger. Um, but of course, with time and years and practice, I'm definitely getting better at boundaries. Of course, boundaries has to come up, especially during this point of our conversation, or I guess our talk. um, 'Cause it is kind of true what they say. Saturn, shows you where the limits are. And I definitely hit my limit. I think especially October. October is when I was really like, it is getting colder and darker out here. I'm gonna lean into it. Why fight the seasons? We mentioned seasonality in the physical section. And it's kind of true across the board. In a way, seasonality came up again during the mental section. Not being able to understand things or not being ready for certain things or just not needing certain things, and you know, especially specifically, I was talking about in relation to books and reading books, and reading books is easier at different times of your life. Certain books, reading certain stories is easier at different times of your life when you actually like need and can truly appreciate that story. It's the same with emotions. I keep mentioning I'm autistic. Um, Saturn is conjunct my moon. Saturn squares my Jupiter. It takes me a very long time to process things. Um, and I've been realizing it is on me partially, because sometimes it takes me a while to process things just because I don't want to process it. I don't want to think about it. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to acknowledge it. I don't want to accept it. And low key, that's more of the Sag part. That's honestly probably the Sag, Sun, Jupiter, at play, because as a Sag, they always be talking about Sag the optimist. It's true. Lock me up, I guess. I'm an optimist. So sad. So sorry. My bad for believing in whimsy and the magic of friendship and that joy resides in everyone's heart. My bad. I guess that's not true. Some people want to be mean, nasty little gremlins. Oh, and if I love them hard enough, it's not gonna heal their cold, icy hearts and melt them away. Sometimes you melt someone's icy heart and there's just another rock in there. The ice was enclosed over a rock and it's not a geode. If you keep tapping at it and it cracks, it's not going to reveal beautiful amethyst. It's just going to be more rock. And it's just going to crumble away to nothingness because there was nothing. Some people are just mean. And I mean, this is obviously a lesson we all know and we've all learned and understood. I mean, I feel like as a kid, I learned pretty quick. People are sometimes just nasty and mean spirited. But I feel like, again, there's like this weird thing that happens. And I don't know what transits are like, what major transits are happening during like when you're a teen. But I do know that, a lot of times you reach this age, Saturn return age, and you do kind of, at least for me, I've reached this age and I'm realizing like there were some things I was scolded for as a kid that I probably should have kept up, and I probably would have less issues than I do today, and I would, have healthier relationships and be able to relate to people in better ways if I had just kept up with it instead of letting people bully me into changing my stance or opinion or understanding of certain things. Um, because there's nothing wrong with having boundaries. And I kind of started talking about it, but kind of pivoted a bit in the beginning of this section of, with Saturn and Pisces, it is difficult to enforce and have boundaries. And I started off by saying not always by fault of your own, because it's true. Some people just don't accept no. If people always accepted no, there are certain crimes that wouldn't exist. Some people are literally just criminals. They're literally just not nice people. They're unkind, they're greedy, they're selfish, and they don't care about other people. They don't care about you. And that's, I think, for me, the thing that was difficult, because it's very easy to deal with people that are, like decent. And, if you tell someone no or not now, they're like, okay, cool. And, people can be upset. And sometimes, it is upsetting when people are upset. But also, like, again, that's none of your business. That's when you really need to be like, but people are allowed to be upset. It's okay to be disappointed when a disappointment comes up. Hello? Some people even try to control that. And, I feel like when you're younger, it's hard not to react to other people's feelings. But again, like, that's because you're young and your emotions are all over the place, and you also are trying to figure out how to do things and be a human. And, I will say to a degree, again, like I did mention, I'm pretty sensitive to other people's like feelings and energy. And so sometimes I do, get in my head a little bit about that or like feel a kind of way like, oh, but it's more because of this other side of that experience of having to set boundaries and maintain boundaries with people, of having people just not respect those boundaries, and people trying to push those boundaries, and people trying to, manipulate and play with the boundary, and people for whatever reason just not accepting and understanding a boundary is a boundary. And it is especially hard to deal with that when people seem to only do that when it comes to you. When people can accept other people's boundaries, but when it comes to your boundaries, suddenly it's fair game. And I feel like part of it is because when you are a generous person and people see you being kind to other people, they, expect the kindness in the exact same way you're giving it to someone else. But then that goes back to people are individuals. My relationship with someone is not my relationship with you. Just because I'm like friends with your friend, don't mean I'm friends with you. Just because I know your sister, don't mean or just even like just because we're siblings, don't mean we're all siblings. Like how you treat me is how I'm gonna treat you. And especially this year, I feel like, or maybe actually, I won't say especially this year. I'll say perhaps during this transit, there's definitely been testings of that limitations and people pushing bound. Actually, no, yeah, I think it's fair to say this year. Again, once like I said, once I cut people off, I forget everything about them and the whole situation. But I forgot, yeah, there were some things that happened this year. Like, yeah, this year. Goodness. And I feel like part of why it's hard to remember is because it happened in like bursts, or like everything happening at once. But low key, the astrology we've had, it makes sense. Um, but there's definitely been instances this year of, people pushing buttons and testing those boundaries, and me really having to be like, I said what I said. Like, I cut someone off last year that tried to, get back in my orbit, and I yeeted them on out. I said no. I told you, I gave this person an ultimatum. Like, you are not someone I want to be around right now. We got nothing to talk about. And again, I wasn't mean or nasty about it. Cause again, like these aren't people I personally have beef with. I'm not angry at these people. I don't hate these people. I'm sure they're nice. And honestly, that's the thing I've been saying all year. Like, I'm sure they're nice and lovely. But the way I've experienced them, they're not necessarily someone I would like to have around me personally. Someone that I'm sure they're nice and lovely. I'm sure their friends and family adore them. Me personally, though, I would like to keep my distance. And, I was like, talk to me, not even talk to me, like, I'll get back to you when I'm good and ready to get back to you, if ever. Because, I don't want to give people false hope or false promises. I try to be good about being someone of their word. And let's be honest, that's the Sag and not the Pisces. Shoot, that's the Capricorn Venus too. I'm going to stand on business. If I say I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it, even if it takes me 200 years. I'm going to do it in the next lifetime. Watch it. But yeah, I want to be respectful to folk. I don't want to give people false hope or false promises. Especially, again, if it's someone I care about, if it's someone, that I have cared about, you know. Cause what? Again, I'm a lover girl. I was turned into a fighter, but I'm a lover girl at heart. I want peace, happiness, roses, daisies, lavender chains, and little cute ducklings running around, and puppies and kitties for everyone. Peace, love, and harmony for the world. That's what I'm about. Um, so I'm not gonna be disrespectful, but I am gonna be like, hey, I don't really like who you are right now. I don't think you even like me that much. Let's not keep, mm, let's not linger, especially like, let's not linger in this bad energy. You know, if we could talk it out, we could talk it out. And low key, if we can't, or, sometimes there isn't even anything to talk out, you know, sometimes when a line is crossed, that's it. And the thing is, people have to understand that. And I feel like this has been a big thing for me in relationships, and especially over the years. And people just, when people do struggle with the boundaries I put up, A lot of times it's them not understanding that when a line is crossed, there are consequences for that. And one thing about me, the way I was raised, is not to fear a consequence for good and for, for better or for worse. If I do something, I mean it. And not everyone does things because they mean it. Some people do things for the plot. And that has its place too. I'm a Sag. I get it. When you got a lot of mutable energy in your chart, you really do believe in living in both worlds. Um, or seeing like two sides of things. Um, Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna have to BRB again. Hey, I'm back. Ah, See, I always tell myself I'll remember where I left off, and then I never do. So I forgot. I probably should have wrote it down. I forgot I actually have like note paper, notepads on my desk now. But anyways, awesome. We've been streaming for like 3 hours, so it's good to take a break. Um, let's see if it'll come back to me. Because honestly, if I'm remembering correctly, basically, I was talking about. I remember we were talking about boundaries. Um, yeah, boundaries and how you know, people sometimes don't think it boundaries apply to them. And I know earlier I was saying like when it comes to you, people for whatever reason might think, oh, this doesn't apply to me though. Again, especially if you're like a generous person or you're known for being like very kind and soft-hearted and all that good stuff. People think, they could, it's common. Everyone's like, oh, just because I'm a nice guy, you think you could walk all over me? And, it is true. Some people are like that. And, also sometimes people, you know, sometimes that age old thing applies of, from school years of if a kid doesn't have any friends, sometimes it's not because everyone else is a bully. Sometimes it's because that kid is the problem, that kid's the bully, that kid is weird. Um, and don't put yourself in situations you really don't need to be in just because you have to prove a point. Or just because, well, I'm so nice and it makes me feel so bad that they're being, ignored. No, 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 no. They're on their own for a reason. Let them be on their own. Though I'll be honest, that lesson I already done been learned. Um, but definitely I guess you could say ramp because I've been saying, well, maybe not this, but like I would say ramping up this year. You know, perhaps gearing up for the final exam of people just acting cash crazy and expecting me to just rock with it. Like I'm not turning 30 this year. And some of these people are 30, and some of these people have been 30. Y'all can't see my face, but know I'm making a face, and I'm sure y'all know the kind of face I'm making. Cause that is, I don't like to use the word crazy. I try not to use the word crazy, even though I just said cash crazy. Well, okay, I should say I don't like to call people crazy. I think crazy is a situation, crazy isn't a person. I feel like I need that on a t-shirt. Anyways, crazy is a situation, it's not a person. I would never go out of my way on purpose to call someone crazy, but I feel like it is a little bit strange and ill-advised to behave in certain ways when you're over 30. That's just me personally. And, do what you want. Y'all know I love Monster X. I do what I want. I my new mantra, so don't you don't gotta listen to me, but me personally, I personally expect certain behavior from adults. And I, as an adult, would like to behave in certain ways. Now, obviously, we're not gonna be perfect, and I feel like that's the biggest issue when you have Pisces placements. Pisces is the sister sign, excuse me, to Virgo. people are always talking about Virgo's perfectionism, but in the way people, oh, actually, should I go? Yes, I'm gonna say this. The way people talk about Virgo, and now let me preface this by saying I understand how mental illness works. Okay. The way people talk about Virgo, and they talk about Virgo as if all Virgos have OCD. However, people forget that OCD isn't just like, oh, the pictures have to be perfect, and oh, I have to wash my hands, a certain number of times. Sometimes OCD also looks like, if I'm not a perfect person, me and everyone I love is going to hell. There's also such a thing as like religious OCD or like religiosity OCD. And I feel like when you go to the flip side of Virgo's perfectionism, like literal, when people think perfectionism and they think literal perfectionism, literally trying to like do the best and be the best and have the best, most, the best quality of things, people forget that perfectionism goes beyond the physical. Perfectionism also sometimes looks like trying to be the best person in the world, trying to be nice to everyone, trying to be overly kind, overly generous, giving too much. Pisces, hello. I'm sorry. That's doing too much. Doing too much. um, but doing too much. I mean, that's the Jupiter Mercury dichotomy. Being over generous, trying to over influence things in people versus Virgo, that more mercurial energy of being stingy. Oh my gosh, y'all remember my signs and the sins, the seven deadly sins that I still have to redo the video for because the stream video didn't work. And below key, that's such a fun topic. I'm just gonna have, I might just redo the stream again because again, me we're trying to record videos hasn't been working. So maybe me doing the stream and letting it be a video will work. Anyways, y'all remember I put Mercury, Virgo and Gemini was stingy. Um, the Virgo's often seen as like ungenerous and stingy, and people always talk about, oh, Virgo's so strict, Virgo's so strict. Well, yeah, a Virgo would seem strict in comparison to a Pisces, because a lot of folk who, be talking about Virgos too strict will take advantage of someone like a Pisces that is overgiving. Um, and again, kind of getting back to this earlier point of sometimes the situations you find yourself in aren't necessarily of your own making. Because again, I've been working really hard over the past many years, multiple decades, to not be someone who is so easily taken advantage of and, manipulated and, stolen from. But again, life isn't perfect. It's impossible to be perfect or experience perfection. It doesn't change the fact that every once in a while you're still gonna run into people that just don't know how to act. They ain't got no home training. And I feel like at this point in time, in this part of the Saturn transit, it's one just kind of accepting the part of what I've been trying to control is, in fact, my experiences with interacting with other people. Like that the first whiff of someone being or not actually I'll say it like this. I went through a period of time where I was being overly generous and letting anybody in, being friends with anybody, trying to be in any group. joining anything, being on any website, just trying and doing any and everything, trying to make myself as open as possible because, I thought, well, maybe that's the problem. Maybe I'm not generous enough, which I have so much Pisces and Jupiter in my chart. That has never been the problem. Never been the problem. And then realizing, oh, the problem wasn't actually that I'm not generous enough. The problem is because I'm so generous and have so much to give, because I was so open, because I was so willing and able to do things, people kept just taking and I had nothing left. And so I felt ungenerous because I didn't have anything left to give. Everything was gone. Everything was depleted. I had no more energy. I had no more time. I had no more, goodwill. I was tired. I was broke. I was over it. And then trying to get into find a nice balance of being like, okay, well, what's for me then? I feel like sometimes, well, I think now, like, I feel like when I was younger, the conversation around these topics was very much like you either give or you take. And now I feel like finally people are realizing and talking about the fact that to give, you need to have something to give, and to take, you need space to take something in. So where does that leave you? Well, yes, you. Like that's the answer. What do you got going on? How do you feel? Are you prioritizing yourself? What are your needs? What are your wants? And then you could start talking about what are you giving, what are you taking? How are what's the balance looking like in your relationships in your environment? Um which might kind of sound similar to the conversation around um like you have to love yourself before you can love others. But it's not the same, and also that's not true. Cause then again, people get wrapped up in this ideal that they have to be perfect before they could, be worthy of anything decent and good, and that's just not true. However, what is important is that you are in the position to receive or give. And that's more what people mean when they say you have to love yourself before you can love someone else or be loved. Because if you are not taking care of yourself, if you're not in the right headspace, and this does kind of get into, why I be beefing with people sometimes and why I had to kind of recognize certain patterns and take certain steps back because I was realizing it. I will actually look at my notes for this, with certain notes in mind. you know, I definitely had an issue of trying to basically be people for them, trying to think for other people, trying to emotionally regulate for other people, trying to take care of other people for them, trying to encourage other people for them, like just trying to do all this stuff for other people that they have to first do for themselves. And sometimes, you know, eh, I've had to realize and accept that just because I'm the type of person I am, I can be very triggering to some people. Like, I'm a very confident, intelligent, self assured person. Someone that is not necessarily, I'll say someone that doesn't have the relationship with confidence and intelligence and being self assured that I do. If they approach that in different ways, that can be a bit triggering for them. And them being triggered is for them to figure out. It's not for me to figure out. It's not for me to help them through it. It's not for me to basically be their punching bag as they, and and to be like, oh, well, they're my friend and I care about them and I know they're just having a hard time and I know they don't really mean it. They didn't mean to treat me like that. They didn't mean to say those things to me. They're just hurting right now. I know their situation. I know what they're going through. I know why these things are hard for them. As a friend, shouldn't I be there for them and help them through this? No, no. As a friend, what friends do is they're good to each other. And when they're not good to each other, they apologize and they do better. So if that's hard for someone to do, that's not your friend, boo. That's not your friend, baby girl. That is, I don't know what that is. I wouldn't go as far to say that's an enemy. I'm not gonna say that. It's a lot of things aren't necessarily that deep. But what that is a hurt person who is hurting other people. And what do we do when that happens? We nip it in the bud. We don't allow that. We don't accept that. That's unacceptable behavior. So, you know, I had to figure that out and accept that and come to terms with that and be like, yeah, sometimes, it's not my problem. It's not my fault. Um, and it's really like not for me to have anything to do with. It's ultimately not my business. And that's kind of been my mantra for a lot of things. And I know that sounds like a kind of callous thing to say, especially, we're talking about, the emotions we were going through, the emotional things we were dealing with during this transit. But like, low key, Pisces is a pretty cool bird. Pisces is pretty cold when it wants to be. Saturn is not very hot. Pisces is still a water sign. Water can be boiling, but you need to do something to make it boiled. There's not much you have to do to make water cold, though. Water is cool, it's cooling. Water puts out fire. So, as weird and uncomfortable as it feels to have to, like, disengage emotionally with folk when they act up and cut up, it, at least for me, and again, I'm not a professional in anything. I'm not even a professional astrologer. I'm still learning a lot of things. Um, I'm just someone that has experienced life and likes to talk about it. But for me, really learning and applying how to emotionally disengage with people and not let them, mess with my emotions, tug on my emotions, be up in my energy has been very helpful, very freeing, if you will. We often talk about, Jupiter's associations with freedom, especially in regards to Sag, but like Pisces too offers freedom. There is freedom in not engaging and not having to take certain actions and understanding and accepting that not everything is for you to do. Pisces and Saturn, I, mentioned control. It definitely is and was a control thing. I never really considered myself to be an anxious person, but I definitely had to realize that that's because in a lot of situations that normally make people anxious, it doesn't make me anxious. It makes me excited. I get hyped. Like, I wouldn't say I'm a daredevil or anything like that, but, like, I don't get stage fright. I get stage excitement. Um, I don't really get nervous before test. I'm just like excited to, do the thing. That's kind of my MO. I'm hype. I'm always hyped to do something. I find life very exciting. However, I definitely notice when it comes to like interacting with other people, especially like in groups and stuff. And I mean, not even especially in groups, but just like, trying to get to know new people and learn about new people and being in new environments. And like, basically, when it comes to social things, which I mean, autism makes sense, I get a little bit, and maybe not even social things, but like relationships. Cause like, as much as I prefer like one on one interactions and relationships, I also feel like that's when things become the most nebulous because, when you're interacting with someone personally, you're interacting with them personally. That's like one way of knowing them. But to really have an ideal of someone, you need to see them in like a group. You need to see them in other environments. And it's very easy to get caught up in, well, when they're with me or when they're around me, they're like this. But how come in these other situations are like this? Well, maybe when they're with me, this is like more true to who they are, and they were very nice. But they got into this situation. We were in this environment. We went to this place, and suddenly they weren't so nice anymore. Like it's very easy to be anxious about changes, in relationships and in other people. But at the end of the day, ultimately, that is none of your business unless someone like vocalizes to you something to give you a reason to take it into consideration, if that makes sense. I mean, I mentioned books in the last section. I was gonna mention songs in this section, but I mean, low key, I mean, actually, I haven't shared a playlist in a minute, but low key, I don't know. Like, I feel like in the same way that I've been like really learning how to sit with letting people basically feel things for themselves and go through the motions they need to go through and, staying out of it and not trying to like over exert my influence on other people. I've also been more comfortable with letting myself be quieter and not in a like dampening my light kind of way. Cause low key, even putting a shade on a light don't always dim it, you know? Or you can put a shade on a light, but the light's still there. But just like not feeling the need to like explain myself or not feeling the need to even defend myself sometimes, you know, not feeling the need to even talk about some things or share some things or like be emotional outwardly in certain ways. And again, not in like making myself small or quiet like how I did before, but it's like it's changed, it's shifted. Like now that I'm just more comfortable kind of being me and secure in knowing that a lot of what I naturally do and how I naturally move in like certain situations and relationships and environments like that isn't a problem. And really accepting that if other people got a problem with me, then they got a problem with me. If other people have a problem with the things I'm doing or the things I'm saying, that's for them to figure out. That's not on me. That's not for me to figure out. That's not for me to change what I'm doing to make them feel better and make them more comfortable. But, other people's discomfort doesn't have to be my discomfort. And honestly, we could sum this whole thing up in other people's discomfort doesn't have to be my discomfort. As much as I love folk and I want the best for folk and I want to see people do well and be well and win and all that good stuff, if they're not where they want to be, or where I think they could be, er, Even when I arrogantly assume someone should be somewhere or something or in some place, is none of my business, not my problem. And again, like it's oftentimes arrogant to assume certain things of people and for people. Like, who am I? Who are you? And the reverse, when other people try to do that for me, you know, I am definitely in the right to be like, you know, love you, appreciate you, or, none of the above, but you're another human. I love and respect and appreciate you in a Christian way. But my business is not your business, and you need to go sit down somewhere. Attend to what you need to attend to. But really having to get comfortable in that and come to terms with that and you know deal with and understand that. And I feel like going forward is going to be very interesting because again I feel much more mellow, which is ironic because I'm sure to other people I probably seem more like rowdy. But again, like this is just how I am. And a lot of people have never actually got to experience me at like my height, me at my best self. Cause I wasn't my best self physically, mentally, emotionally. I was dealing with a lot. I was going through a lot. I was going through changes. We were reaching this point, and I feel like that's one of yeah, let's go to the next page. Um, yeah, I'll say this before I have to dip again. Um, which low key, if we could finish this in under 5 hours, I'll be happy. Cause my astrology streams and videos always are a while. So being able to do this in under five, I'll be like, mwah. But all that to say, um, oh gosh, what was I even gonna say? That announcement distracted me. I don't even remember what I was gonna say. All that to say, I don't remember what I was gonna say. But yeah, like, oh gosh, I completely lost it. But I gotta hit y'all with the BRB again anyways, so. back again. But yeah, writing manifestos with every new playlist, to be honest. I mean, honestly, kind of continuation of what we were talking about before. I feel like Saturn in Pisces, I mean, people like to talk about how Pisces is a sign most associated with Jesus. And I think, the historical astrologers, they used to make charts of important figures and, kind of guesstimations. And I think even in the chart they came up with I'm sure it was someone specifically, but off the top of my head, I couldn't tell you who. And of course, certain things become kind of standardly accepted, but they definitely, um, I want to say one of the charts someone made for Jesus, they give him a Saturn, a Pisces Saturn. And that makes sense. It makes sense. I mean, as Christians, we're told to embody Jesus's teachings and, move like him in the world. And again, especially as someone that's autistic, I feel like a lot of things I was taught as a kid, not just in school and through the media I consume, but also obviously in church too. I mean, in a way, church is another type of school and another type of education and schooling. And so, I took that stuff to heart. Again, I'm basically I'm a lover girl that was turned into a fighter that is now turning back into a lover girl. I've always been very keen on just seeing and wanting well for people. However, I feel like part of that is feeling so deeply, being so touched and so hurt when literally anything bad happens anywhere. I got that Saturn Pisces in the ninth house. I mean, just last year, I was boo-hoo sobbing over, the floods and the flooding in Appalachia. And even just now talking about, I'm starting to, I wouldn't say I'm tearing up. I've kind of worked through that grief, but it's the fact that to me, Pisces is a sign, and I mentioned this in my blog post, but to me, Pisces is a sign so heavily connected to grief. And the thing is, I feel like grief, Pisces is a sign about connection. And I feel like Pisces and Saturn is kind of on the nose representation of our relationship to grief and the role grief plays in our lives. And it might seem strange I'm talking about grief in the spirit section and not the emotional one. But the thing is, when we speak of the spirit and spirituality and spiritual things, and basically when we say spirit, we mean essence. What is our essence? Who are we, within our bodies? What are we leaving behind when we go? Because, energy is a big thing people in all backgrounds talk about. Energy is everywhere. Energy is electricity, energy is sound waves, energy is, heat, energy is touch. Energy is kinetic, it is magnetic. We talk about energy in like a woo woo what's your vibe? Are you, positive? Are you negative? Positivity, negative. Like energy encompasses everything. Everything runs off of energy. And I feel like when we talk about spirit and the spirit of things, in a way, we're talking about energy, or, perhaps spirit is a type of energy, or energy is classified as part of spirit. I mean, maybe more spirit is a type of energy, but I mean, we have these things we experience on such a, you know, non physical scale, or, in a non physical way. And I feel like part of talking about this transit is difficult because, as I mentioned, it was very, I've had a lot of internal things happening and changing, but not necessarily, it hasn't necessarily all externalized. And partially that's just because, like, my very understanding of different things has changed. I will say, interestingly, like before, I really was getting more into astrology and learning about astrology and learning astrology. You know, I would see, people talk about the different planets in my chart. And, one of the things they would talk about is, Pisces, Saturn, and, Saturn in the ninth house. And just unilaterally, a lot of this stuff is like not having a belief, not having a spiritual practice, and that obviously isn't true for me. I became a Christian at a very young age. I was raised in a Christian family, but my parents were very much, uh, you know, while it was obvious that they would have liked us to be Christians, growing up and into adulthood, it was also just like a thing in my family that, they weren't going to try and force us to have certain beliefs. They did even force us to go to church. Like basically once we were old enough to stay home alone, if we wanted to stay home from church, we could. Um and honestly, we often did. I be honest, I haven't really regularly been to church since I was a second grader. Um it was always kind of like a, on and off thing for me. And it was partially because we moved around a lot. And so, finding a church home is always difficult. I mean, y'all see the news. Churches, a lot of crazy things be happening in churches. A lot of wild things. Um, a lot of wild things are taught in churches. And my parents, they have their beliefs. And they was always strict about uh what they accept and what they don't accept in their house. I feel like now is a good time to mention that I was raised by two Capricorns, a Capricorn sun and a Capricorn rising. Um, my parents didn't play about their belief systems and ideology and how they think people should move in the world and how the world should work. A lot of why I am the way I am is because of them, obviously. Honestly, quite obviously. I low key inherited my daddy's whole second house. I said, give me that. I got my mama's moon. You know, I was like, give me the best parts of yourself, as children often do. Um, but yeah, I've always kind of been religious. Um, but actually, I've been spiritual more so than religious. To me, religion and spirituality was always hand in hand. Now that I'm older, looking back on these past almost 3 decades, these past many years. And I'm remembering certain things, and I'm having another look at certain experiences I had. And I used to like I there's some things I say despite knowing how it might sound to other people who've never experienced it or don't know what I'm talking about or have no frame of reference. But like it has to be said because that's my life. That happened to me. I can't ignore it even if other people don't understand it. And I feel like that's been a big part of my life, just having all these various experiences that are inexplicable. I've lived a very inexplicable life, to be honest. I've had a lot of experiences other people haven't. I've witnessed a lot of things other people haven't. And this isn't all like spirituality or like I'm not even mention or specifically talking about the spiritual side of things. It's just I've literally lived a life that a lot of people haven't. I mean, I don't know what the statistics are on military kids, but that's already one demographic I belong to that obviously not everyone else belongs to. Not every child was a military kid. Now there are a lot of kids that can relate to moving, being immigrants, being third culture kids, but all in their own ways and for different reasons. Again, people getting back to people are individuals. Everyone has an individual life. Um, but to a degree, I've always felt like d- despite people being individuals and this being common knowledge, for whatever reason, my individual life experiences always baffles people. And I know people be really baffled, and people often are really baffled when they find out about certain things I did and was an experience as a child. Like my first memory is from when I was 2, and I know I was 2 because I remember where I was in the memory. It's not like, I look back my memory and like in my memory I'm like, I am 2 years old. Da, 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 da. It's just I know I was 2. But my first memory is a dream I had. And I'm not gonna get into the details of the dream, but it was a very mm, esoteric dream, shall we say. It was the kind of dream that only people who have some occult knowledge and experience would understand and be able to relate to. But I was having dreams like that at 2. That's obviously not something everyone can relate to. That's some like Joan of Arc stuff. And people like to talk about saints, but when you live a life that's too close to those types of people, that's when you're crazy and people are scared of you and people just don't understand it. Like I've always just kind of known certain things and had certain understanding of things, and it's always weirded people out or made people doubt me when I talk about it because they themselves never had that experience, or they only experienced those type of things and had those thoughts and had that mindset in later years. And it's all things I've experienced and dealt with like before kindergarten or in kindergarten. And it's like, and this partially is part of the mental thing too. I've had a lot of people doubt my intelligence over the years because of the kind of person I am. And low key, it's the spiritual. It's just the where spiritual and mental collide. Um, I've had people like I've noticed it's a thing people like to say on the internet a lot when they find out someone is religious, and they'll be like, "Oh, you seem too smart to be religious," and it's like that they have nothing to do with each other, to be honest. And in reality, how intelligent you are plays into how religious you're capable of being and in what ways you're religious. But again, I don't like to call people crazy. I don't like to call people dumb either. But it is true that people have different levels of intelligence. And that's not a good or bad thing, it's just their experience. However, intelligence applies in every aspect of your life, in every area of your life. So, unless you really plan on having a conversation about religion and intelligence and spirituality, unless that's really your tea to share, how about you stick to coffee? But that's another conversation. But yeah, I've had, people doubt my intelligence a lot over the years. And even now, like I've one of the people I was like, nah, we don't seem to be meshing very well. Let me distance myself. And I could definitely tell they were like, doing that thing that people do when they try to size you up and like, oh, like, are they smart enough? Are they clever enough? Are they skilled enough? Am I better than them? Can I teach her? Like, what people, we already discussed it, that sort of thing. And I'm just like, nah, I'm cool. I'm good. No, thank you. I would like to be uninvolved, as I saw someone on Threads say recently. They were sharing that they saw someone say that and they're like, that's a good saying. And I agree. I too would like to be uninvolved and uh unconnected in certain circumstances and situations. Um, because it is kind of weird that just because you have certain experiences and you talk about those experiences, people are like, oh, you must be stupid. And it's like, but when the same thing happened to you, you had no explanation for it. I'm just using this language and this understanding and this type of knowledge to explain my experiences. To me, that's a sign of intelligence. Maybe where you live, that's not how that works, but I live in reality. And when you can name something, when you are giving name to something, that is usually, a sign of being capable of thought. But that's just me. And again, I don't really care much about intelligence anyways. At least not in the ways many people do. There's all kinds of intelligence in the world anyways, so but all that to say, I've had various experiences over the years. I mean, even this year after going to Korea, before going, I had a joke about, oh, I hope the ghosts leave me alone. Because every time I go somewhere, the ghosts be acting up. The ghost did not leave me alone. Um, Honestly, it was just weird. It's just one of those weird, quirky things that be happening to me. And even sometimes talking with other like spiritual and religious people, they also don't get it because they experience things in a certain way. And anything that doesn't meet that expectation, they're like, oh, it's weird, it's demonic, it's this, that, and the third. You're not trying hard enough, you're not praying hard enough, you're not believing in God enough. And it's like, you have to be reminded to do your prayers. Me, actually I'm not gonna pop off. Actually, I'm not gonna pop off. But let's just say when, Miss Megan the Stallion was talking about how she basically live in a walk-in prayer, I know exactly what she talking about. And I'm gonna leave it at that. And as my mama like to say, everyone's walk is different. But if you are a religious person and you trying to judge other people for how they get down religiously, that to me, that just says you're not in your Bible enough because you have enough time to worry about what everyone else is doing, but maybe you need to be in that prayer closet. Why are you worried about everyone else? You need to go be praying. Go pray for some discernment, some wisdom, and some of that godly love that allegedly you should have in your heart as a Christian. But, that's as much about that as I'm going to get into. Um, I feel like there's a lot of overlap for the other sections with this one. Um, I feel like anytime we talk about transformation, especially transformations that are significant, it is going to be a spiritual experience. Because I mean, who you are as a person changes, and like I can tell I'm changing. I've had various songs on repeat, various playlists I've made and deleted. Which is funny because usually I used to just kind of let things rock, let things be, sit in energy that really wasn't mine to sit in anymore, sit in other people's energy. And now, as I'm kind of getting back home in myself again and more comfortable in myself again, and like kind of recognizing myself, like I've even had moments where I've like looked in the mirror and been like, oh, that's me, like that's my face, that's who I am, that's what I look like. And like not in like a dysmorphia way or anything like that. Wait, is it called dysmorphia, dysphoria? I think it's called dysphoria. Like not in a dysphoric way of being like, oh, I didn't know who I was, but just kind of being like, yeah, that's me. I recognize that girl in the mirror. How you doing? It's been a while. Like this is really us. This is who we are right now. I've had a lot of moments like that. Kind of, passing a window and like, straightening my back a little bit. Like, yeah, who is she? Like oh my gosh, like I know and I'm hopefully by the time Saturn leaves Pisces, I will stop saying things like, "Oh, I know I'm a little bit arrogant. I know I sound a certain way," because it ultimately doesn't matter. And I'm just hearing myself say that so much is irritating me too, which is such a good sign because it really means I'm like, I'm getting comfortable. I'm seeing myself. And it's interesting. I hope you guys will notice that for physical, I put the little moons, and for spirit, I have the sun, because the sun does rule the spirit. Hello, thank you. Um, and it's interesting because I really thought it was going to be such an emphasis on, the Pisces section of my chart. Pisces themes were going to be so influential for this period of my life. And to a degree, yes, but it's been in that sense, which is interesting again, thinking about the moon and its relationship to the mind and the body, that kind of intellectually those themes were important, but like on a personal, again, spiritual level, I've actually been kind of like really keying in on my Sag nature and thinking of my birth chart and where I have Saturn in this period of life where Saturn is back where it was when I was born. I feel like I'm finally understanding that Saturn Jupiter square, that Saturn and Sun, or like even the moon and sun conflict, you know? And it's kind of interesting that I have my moon and Saturn in one sign and my Jupiter and sun in another. And that these signs kind of, they don't literally oppose each other in the astrological sense, but I feel like in the thematic sense, all planets, or all signs that square each other oppose each other, like thematically opposition. I mean in the literary sense, I guess I should say, in the literary sense and understanding of things, they oppose each other. They don't really see eye to eye. All the mutable planets square, outside of the ones that oppose each other astrologically. Excuse me. But Pisces and Sagittarius square each other. And one is kind of interesting that, there has been some tension with people with Pisces placements in my life. Um, but also there's been internal personal tension of like me trying to really figure out like and just me going into this part of my life thinking I had to figure something out and thinking I had to come to terms with certain things and I had to like accept certain things and move through certain things and ultimately realizing that the answer was like no. Like no, it's that wasn't actually the problem. No, I wasn't like struggling with certain things. No, I wasn't like um taking missteps. Like no, I wasn't like going down a wrong path. Like no, I wasn't misunderstanding something. No, I wasn't wrong about a lot of things. I was actually right. But because I wasn't seeing anything in the physical to prove it, and I was just feeling kind of crazy and weird and awkward for like knowing certain things intrinsically. Like, in my heart of hearts, I knew certain things, but there is no like proof of it. And like, that's the name of the game, isn't it? That is what faith is. It's the belief without the proof. And I'll say sad, because it's sad to experience it. But the difficult thing is, and the hard thing is, living a life of faith and having to so heavily depend on faith in life is that oftentimes there is no proof. And a big thing I've been dealing with is that feeling of n- like a knowing that or thinking I had this knowing that there are some things I would never get to experience and realize and bring into fruition because sometimes things aren't for you to see, they're not for you to experience. It's like, and here come the tears. One day I'm gonna have a astrology stream or any stream at all and not cry. Or any stream where I talk and I don't cry. Um, but it's like, how I started this talking about how much, essentially I love myself. I love, I love my people. I love, I love being black. I love being a woman. I like even and I'm, like I said, I'm gonna stop saying that, but like I love being autistic. I love being disabled. I love everything about myself. And I love getting the opportunity and chance to share that with other people. I love the fact that I'm not alone. That every new thing I learn about myself, I know someone else can relate. And not even low key, that is high key why I even do these streams and why I share the things I do, whether it's, my art or my writing or, my crochet or just whatever I'm working on at the moment that I feel like sharing. Because I know even when I feel alone, even when I'm like, oh, the views aren't all that, and it feels like I'm just projecting into the void, ultimately, I know I'm not. I know there are people out there that will see it and appreciate it because they can relate to it, because they understand it. And that's been something very important to me in, this season of life, if you will. Just it's been something that I've just kind of had to live with, knowing that even if in certain spaces and in certain environments and around certain people, I feel lonely and alone and unheard and unwanted, unloved, that it's false, it's a lie. That sometimes all I have to do is like go a house over and I won't, I'll be around people that, appreciate me, that love me, that respect me, that want me there, that have asked for me. And, trying to stay open to that even when, I, wander into places I shouldn't be or aren't for me yet, you know? But it is difficult and it's been difficult, basically having to live this life based all on blind faith because ultimately, low key, when you have the kind of background that I have, that is all you can do. I know I'm not the first and I sadly won't be the last, you know, black woman who's neurodivergent and queer who's had to make Jesus their best friend. That's just how it is sometimes. You know, everyone kind of has these moments where they don't feel comfortable. They're not in the right spaces. They're around the wrong people. They don't fit. And the thing that I've had to get comfortable with is, finding comfort in those places too. And I think it's interesting that in a sense the sun counters Saturn. I mean, Leo is where the sun is at home, and Aquarius is, where Saturn is at home. Aries is where the sun is exalted, and Libra is where Saturn is exalted. So we have this. dichotomy of spirit versus structure. You know, we have, the sun is energy, it's life, it is affirming, and Saturn is death and uh a lack of energy. I can't think of the specific word. I want to say sloth, but that's such a like archaic way of saying no energy. But and also I wouldn't necessarily say Saturn is slothful, but it's tired. Maybe I'll say that. Saturn's tired. In many ways of meanings of the word. But sloth is or Saturn is tired, is death. Um and it you know while it also is associated with rebellion and breaking structures, who is Aquarius often rebelling against? Thinking of Aquarius as the voice of the common man, as a voice of reason, even getting a little bit into Aquarius's relationship to Uranus, discovered during, I'm pretty sure, the Age of Reason, or like the Enlightenment period, which I think is they were calling the Age of Reason. Um, but uh, Leo, associated with kings, royalty, it's has this association also with structure. The sun has this association with institutions, just in a different way than Saturn is associated with institutions. And in a way, Saturn kind of reminds us that, um, you know, all right, I hope when people think of the sun and Saturn and Leo and Aquarius and all of those signs, they, kind of like I was talking about Pisces, and people, you know, forget that it too can have a real quality to it, a real physical quality to it. I mean, remember, Venus has to do with sensuality. I mean, what actually? I'm not gonna get too. I mean, this is I'm R15, so I'm not gonna up the rating. But I mean, when you feeling real good, you do lose your mind a little bit. That's why Pisces is associated with drugs too, and addiction and that sort of thing. Cause if you reach a certain point where you're too into something, you lose your mind, literally. And I feel like people forget that the sun also has like physical connotations. I mean, in a way, we talk about it because we talk about the sun and energy, and but we forget that when we talk about it, like they talk about the institution of the royal family, and they talk about it, and people often talk about it in such a like they talk about like the literal institution, like the institution of royalty itself. But the thing is, you can't have royalty without people. And that's where, the spirit lies. Why do people, despite knowing giving all your power over to one person probably isn't a good idea, which, hello, Saturn and Pisces, anyone, giving all your power over to someone else isn't a good idea, but people still do it. And low key, I want to talk about this in relation to a certain type of relationship dynamic, but YouTube is not the place for that. But low key, that's been something that's been on my mind a lot this year. And now that I think about it, it's probably in relation to Saturn and Pisces. But again, this ain't the place to have that conversation. At least not on my channel. I feel like I'd have to make a new channel to talk about that. Because I think I've seen some other channels on YouTube that talk about that, but it's neither here nor there. But again, very Pisces Saturn. But like people want to believe in something, people need to believe in something, even if it's other people, especially if it's other people. And Saturn very much plays a hand in that. And Saturn, shows us where we are kind of, I don't want to say giving our power away, but Saturn shows us where we perhaps overemphasize people's, importance over us. Yes. Yes, that's a good way to put it. Saturn can show us where we overemphasize other people's importance to us, which is, where Aquarius comes in and knocks down all the false kings, and, Capricorn swoops back in, however many generations later. Actually, I feel like if we that's another conversation, but y'all know the seven generation theory. Um, I wonder if Capricorn and Aquarius kind of show that. Aquarius knocks down, gets rid of the false king, destroys the previous institution, and Capricorn comes back in and, solidifies. Well, I guess Capricorn is right after or right before Aquarius. Aquarius is knocking stuff. Well, actually, anyways, Capricorn rebuilds or builds a new one. Capricorn strengthens the structures already there. Capricorn, honestly, Capricorn kind of begins the questioning of, is this what we want? How do we want it? Well, let's do it this way. And Aquarius tests the structure. Aquarius tests if things are working or not. It does all the stress tests. And if it stands, you know, by the time we get to Pisces, everything's oh la di da. Um, that kind of got away from me. Also, I forgot there was something I was supposed to mention at this point. I really need to start taking notes on things I say while I'm doing these streams. But I forgot I was supposed to mention something, so just be like, "Oh, so lighthearted," but this just got say heavy. It got real. This is real life. This is what happens when you talk about transits and astrology and how it affects you. But I mean, this is again, this is life. It's not like if I wrote a memoir, this is all stuff that would be in it. But yeah, um, you know, there's been a lot, again, as I said earlier, from the rooter to the tutor has been a lot going on. But not in a the thing is not in a bad way though. And I don't know if this is because I have a night chart, so Saturn is a little less heavy or less difficult for me to deal with. I think that's how that's supposed to work. The moon is my uh most beneficial luminary. Saturn is supposed to be not as bad to deal with as Mars, which, ooh, that actually makes me think. Because I'll remember I was talking about in my Pisces, my first Pisces and Saturn video, and how when Saturn was in Sagittarius, I nearly lost my life. Literally, I nearly got myself up out of there. But Mars. I have a Sag Mars, and I'm pretty sure Saturn was right on Mars during that. That's probably why I was just going cuckoo for cuckoo puffs or cocoa puffs. Because Mars, when you have a night chart, is your worst malefic. It is so bad. So bad. um and the sun, boo womp. Sun is useless. Which is doubly true for me because in a whole sign chart, my sun is in the sixth house. What am I gonna do with that? I guess this. um, but yeah. Um, honestly, I think I'll move on. I think I'll move on. Anytime I can't really think of what I'm saying, I'm just gonna move on. I'm just gonna take it as a sign I said my piece of what I needed to say, unless something comes to mind. But yeah, in conclusion, um, I mentioned that, in my blog post, I mentioned uh, I saw a cafe astrology article on Saturn and Pisces, and they talked about Saturn and Pisces being like a dream builder. And I feel like yes, that's accurate. Pisces ultimately is a dreamy sign, but the thing is, what do we do with dreams? Why do we dream? Um, how do we interpret our dreams? I feel like, I mean, kind of literally, yes, dream interpretation kind of became a bit of a big, I wouldn't say a big thing for me this year or this later half of Saturn being in Pisces, but it definitely was something I started thinking about more. And just generally trying to understand, you know, I kind of stopped taking certain things for granted and started really just locking in, keying in on certain things to be like, okay, if I keep having certain experiences, if I keep seeing certain things, if certain things keep happening in this way, it's gotta mean something. There's gotta be a reason for it. So why? And that just happened to include dreams. Cause I always have such wild and vivid, fanciful dreams. So I was like, let me get to the bottom of this. Let me figure it out. Cause they always say dreams are trying to tell you something. So I'm like, well, what are my dreams telling me? So in a literal sense, yes. But also in a like metaphorical sense, I've always had a lot of hopes and aspirations, but over the years I'm gonna be honest, I forgot about all that. I can't even lie to you. Like for a long time, I was like, I'm not someone that has a lot of big dreams and hopes and aspirations. Like the most I could tell you was that I wanted to live a quiet life in a cottage in the countryside somewhere and basically live off the land and do a lot of crafts and raise critters and a family and all that good stuff. And that was my dream. But I, especially the later half of this year, I kind of remembered I had aspirations and hopes and dreams and goals that weren't that. And not to say that's not that's not still something I want in life, but that's kind of like my retirement plan. I forgot about how I was gonna get there. I was just so low. I'm gonna be honest. I was just so tired of everything that I was like, dang, can I just skip to the good part? Like, golly, I just want to get to the part where I'm a happy old lady living, cozied up with my man making jams. No Olivia Pope. But you know, now I'm like, no, there were certain things I was good at and certain things I enjoyed doing and certain things I wanted to do on like a bigger scale. And for whatever reason, I didn't pursue it. And again, like I said earlier, not everything is always your fault. And a lot of things transpired the way they did for no fault of my own. I was a child for most of my life. I'm 30 now. Well, I'm not even 30. That's nothing. I'm not even 30 yet. I'll be 30 at the end of the month, but I'm not even 30 yet, you know? And again, I'll just be turning 30. I won't be 31. I won't be 33. I won't even be 35. I'm just now turning 30. 15 years ago, I was 15. That is a child. For most of my life, I was a child. Honestly, I feel like there's nothing more I need to say. For most of my life, until I'm past the age of 30, I will have been a child for that until I'm 36. And then when I'm 36, it'll only be for half of my life I was a child. Not most of my life, just half. I'll have to be like 42 before I can say childhood was a long time ago and that I've been an adult for a while. Think about that. So, I was a child for most of my life. I've only been an adult for a little while. And turning 30, having my first Saturn return is just the first major indicator of adulthood. I still have a lot more growing and learning and experiences and experiencing to do and experiences to have. So I'm really like, I'm getting there. I feel like I feel like the video I put out in June, I talked about trying to let certain things go. And I feel like at this point I have, because again, I could have said a lot more about certain things and situations. I didn't though, because again, what it is not my problem. Thank you. Yes, not my business. You're keeping up. Taking your notes. And now I'm like, okay, I figured that out. Or, I've dealt with that. And to a degree, it's something you'll always deal with because, when people got you messed up, they got you messed up. And certain situations don't pan out, you're going to be upset about it. Especially when you really wanted something or you really cared about something. But, we've dealt with that. We experienced that. We're moving on from that. But now I'm like, okay, I'm not worrying about that anymore. I'm focusing on me. I'm really truly putting myself first. We're not overgiving anymore. We're not over we're not trying to control everything. We're letting go. We're going with the flow. We're giving into seasonality of life. Ugh. That's not what we're taught to do, but it's what we're gonna do because that's what we have to do. You know, Saturn is sometimes can be real mean bitty, but when you work with Saturn, when you go with the flow, when you go with the time and the timing of things, life does get better. Ugh, I hate to admit it, but it's true, it does. So now that we're trying to go with the flow and we're learning how to do that, and we're really, again, this is the midterm. We're taking our midterm exam. We're really being like, I got it. Go with the flow, follow the passion. What were our dreams? Let's go with that. Let's follow that. Let's continue down that path. Um Now it's like, okay, but that means I might have to spend another 30 years basically being a student again, basically having to learn how to do certain things again, being, dealing with new people, being in new environments, being uncomfortable again for 30 more years? And what if that doesn't pan out? What if I just waste 30 years? And I mean, again, that also goes back to our conversation of faith. And, sometimes you do just gotta live by faith. And it's not even in like a religious sense, just you need to believe in yourself. And believing in yourself means sometimes you will do things you don't know why you're doing it, you don't know if it's going to work, you don't know how it's going to go, but putting yourself first sometimes means doing things that make you look silly, that sound silly, that put you in awkward situations, that put you around people you might not have put yourself around before. But, following you, following your heart, following your passions, following what you want to do, you got to get uncomfortable. But the funny thing is, it's not like it's dangerous. It's not like it'll be bad. It's not like you'll hurt yourself. It'll literally just be uncomfortable. And especially again, I know my girlies that have moons that aren't necessarily the best can relate to being tired of having to be uncomfortable and just having to live with discomfort all the time, all day, every day. But sometimes it is true when they say that you got to be a little uncomfortable to get to the good part, and you got to be willing to be uncomfortable to, get comfort in the end. I mean, it's not fun to take medicine, but it makes you feel better. Not everyone enjoys exercise, but it's good for you. And again, it's funny because there's certain things that I don't find uncomfortable. Like, I love exercise, I love working out. There are a lot of exercises people hate that I enjoy. Like, I like running, I like taking long walks. A burpee hates to see me coming. You know, cherry pickers are fun, but because of that, I was like, well, I don't really think I'm someone that's like that tied to ideals of comfort. Like, I love adventure. I love to travel. But, if someone gets a little bit mad at me, I'm like, oh, so you want to fight? Oh, so you hate me? Oh, da 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 da. And it's like, I thought you said you're okay with discomfort. I thought you said, the usual things that be bothering folk don't bother you. And sometimes it really is just figuring out what your thing is, how you tick, what are you struggling with, what are you uh like, where's your mind at? um what are you perhaps not necessarily being the most honest with yourself about? Now again, honesty and Pisces not necessarily besties. Pisces is very much about the vibe. And again, this isn't be like, oh, Pisces are liars. No, 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 no. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying they about the vibe though. They about the feeling. And sometimes the feeling, people often say how you feel is the most honest, but like it's not rooted in reality though. Just because you feel something don't mean it's real. It just means you feel it. And again, that seems like a very like, well, yes, kind of statement, but yeah, sometimes it's not real. It's just what you feel. Your feelings are real, but the reality that created the feeling was false. um, so yeah, I feel like we can honestly end things here. We've been live for 4 hours, 38 minutes. We did take a lot of breaks. We did have a lot of issues. But, I'm honestly happy with this. Was we letting go. We not gonna try and control any of this. We just gonna let it happen. What happens happens. Um, I did put in my notes I am a romantic and I won't apologize for that. And yeah, that stands. I feel like the biggest thing for me as we're nearing the end of Saturn and Pisces has been just accepting the things about me that have been hard for others to accept. Because, over the years, I kind of started to like doubt, I mean, yeah, doubt my reality. Be like, well, maybe this thing about me is wrong. Maybe I am expressing myself in a bad way. Maybe I need to try and make myself more relatable. I need to try and be understood better. But, like, well, I'll be honest, y'all, low key, especially as I'm getting older, as I'm returning to certain things I enjoyed and liked, you know, I'm starting to accept that, what's for everything ain't for everybody. And sometimes that includes you. I'm not for everyone. It's like I knew this. I knew I wasn't gonna like everyone. I wasn't gonna be everyone's friend. Everyone wasn't gonna like me. But I thought there was like a certain way you had to be still. Like, well, okay, if I'm even if you're not gonna be friends with everyone, you still have to be like polite to everyone, and you still have to like work with everyone. You still have to like put up with everyone. And that's not true either. You can leave, you can go, you can let people go, you can move away from situations and environments and people. Like, you don't have to be around people that you don't want to be around and don't want to be around you. You know, you don't have to do things you don't want to do just because you think, well, isn't this the right thing to do? Is what everyone else is doing? And it's like, well, everyone else is doing that because either they want to do it or they also haven't realized they don't have to be the ones to do it. And low key, more and more, I'm like, I love specialization. I am more and more accepting that I have limitations and someone else is really good at doing the things that I don't want to do or that I can't do. I don't always have to try and do everything myself. I mean, we're seeing on like an international wide scale. Well, actually I won't say that. A national actually that sounds a little shady, but I don't mean it in a shady way, like a national wide scale of black women being like, nah, I'm not gonna do that. You got it. I'm not gonna go above and beyond for folks. And that definitely is related to Pisces and Saturn. I mean, perhaps it's on the nose to say, considering how Jupiter rules black people and Pisces, as stated, is a very feminine sign. No, no, no. It's a feminine expression of Jupiter energy. But I personally think that black woman being like, enough is enough. I'm not your mule. I'm not your mammy. If you got poo on your cheeks, you need to wipe it yourself. That's not my job. I didn't train to be a caretaker. Is very Pisces and Saturn coded. And maybe that's my projection as a black woman with Pisces and Saturn who is going through this. But that's what I think. I'm no longer apologizing for just being me and being the way I am. And I'm not going to change myself to make other people comfortable. It's just not going to happen. And, it's funny. I keep saying, oh, I'm a romantic, I'm a lover girl, which is true. But also, I am still a Sagittarius. And Sagittarius is a hunter. So, been dealing with that a little bit. Dealing with that a little bit. But we'll probably talk about that when I do my last Pisces and Sag. That's I'm gonna leave y'all on that little preview. Especially we haven't gone through Sag season just started actually. So we've entered Sagittarius season. So, you know, let's continue this thread of experiencing the transits before we speak on them. Um, we'll see. Because again, this energy of Pisces and Sag tension is very interesting. And I wish I could show you guys like my brain and my thoughts and like my internal blackboard of me writing down all my notes and keeping track of things, but I can't. That hasn't been invented yet. But just know the gears are turning. I'm thinking about a lot. I don't know what happened. I don't know. I feel like Pisces, of course, is associated with intelligence, wisdom, all that good stuff. But sometimes knowledge is, you learn things through a dream. I feel like the beginning of Saturn and Pisces, I was learning through dreams. And now, this later half of Saturn and Pisces, I am applying my dreams, which circles back to Pisces and dreams. What are we building? What do we really want out of life, and how are we getting there? And I think now we're getting there. We're like we figured it out. We figured out a thing, you know, because again, I'm 30. I'm gonna be turning 30. I'm not even 30 yet. Who knows what I'll be like in 30 more years? Who knows what I'll be doing, where I'll be living, who I'll be with, who I'll be talking to, If YouTube will even still exist, I might have to update y'all, do a stone tablet. Who knows? Who knows? Y'all, I might write a memoir about it or something. That'll be how we conclude. Actually, I won't say conclude. I would like to see three Sat. Actually, no, I'm good. I'm good with seeing two Saturn returns. I mean, not that I have anything against 90-year-olds, but I feel like seeing my 80s is good enough. I mean, I would like to live to 100 because I would love to see 3 centuries. Because if I see, um, because I was born in the end of the 90s, so I just have to live past 2100 and to 2101 to see 3 centuries. And that sounds fun. But then I'll have to be 100 and like 5 or something like that. And I don't know if I don't know. I used to want to live to be really old, but now I'm like I just want to live long enough. And low key is because I don't know how many people actually I should have said that. I should have said, but Pisces and grief and all that. I've seen a lot of people die, so you know. Anyways, we're gonna the end. Thanks for watching. We gonna end there before I keep getting more and more existential. But yeah, thanks for watching. Hopefully this uploads properly. I'll try and go in and do all the chapter stuff and all that good stuff. I may or may not be able to do that. I'll be honest, I haven't really done like a stream and uploaded and edited it, or let it like upload and then edit it on YouTube and all that good stuff. So I don't really know how this works. We're learning together. And that's why I do this. I do this because I'm learning. Hopefully, or maybe not. I don't speak, who knows? Who knows who's watching this? But I'm hoping if you're also a student of astrology, student of social media like me, just a student of life, that you know, we could learn together. That's why I do this stuff. Because, hopefully I'm talking to other people who are learning different things and interested in different things. Even if it's casual knowledge. I used to say that I don't think I'd ever become an astrologer, but now I'm like, never say never. Who knows what I'll do? Maybe I'll become an astrologer. Who knows? I don't know. I might if I'm feeling frisky. I feel like if you learn enough of certain subjects, I don't want to say that it's like your job to become a teacher, but like when you carry knowledge, you need to share it. But again, to the right people, because not every teacher's for every student, and not every student's for every teacher. We discussed this. But yeah, please remember to like, subscribe, turn on your notifications, you know, uh link space is dead, so now check out my link tree, which I forgot I have to update on my other stuff to share my link tree because I switched to link space, but I was smart and I kept my link tree. So check out my link tree. It's got all my info. Um, you know, where else you could find me. Like I kept mentioning my blog posts. You could find my blog, uh got a well of a tell WordPress, GA. Hold on, let me do some acronyms because that's how the URL works. Um, G. A WOAT .wordpress.com. I'm pretty sure that's how that works. So I feel like WordPress is the opposite of Tumblr. Tumblr, you do like uh tumblr.blogname.com, and I'm pretty sure WordPress is like blogname.wordpress.com, or maybe they're both blogname.blogserver.com. Anyways, it should be in the link tree. It's in the link tree. On my blog post, I talk about Saturn and Pisces. I talk about honestly a lot of other things. Got some of my writing. I also have my Walian Studios site where I share just more specifically the things I've shared for um my sub things you could get through subscription, things you can buy. I sell t-shirts through teaser. um and I'm kind of excited because last I checked, teaser's planning to do other types of printing stuff. So I might be sharing more than just t-shirts. Who knows? T-shirts and hoodies and all that. Um, it's basically if you want to support me monetarily, but you want something out of it, check out Walian Studios. I put my updates for that stuff. And if you just want to support me, you know, just because you like the cut of my jib, then check out my coffee. Um, Subscribe there. You can also subscribe to my Twitch, which I'm not streaming right now. So I mean, hey, you want to do that? Fine by me. I won't say no. But I do gotta let you know I'm not really streaming on there right now because I haven't had time for it. This honestly, this stream is happening because it was pretty much pre-planned. Again, this is part of my Saturn and Pisces return experience project. Um, I've been working on some things, uh, and I've been getting my health together. So, mainly focusing on the health. And I mean, again, if you're disabled, you know how it is. There's a reason why countries be having disability because being disabled is like a full-time job. Low key, this is basically my part-time job because being my full-time job is being disabled. So, but yeah, thanks for watching. I hope y'all enjoyed this. I know I did. I say that every time. I know I did, but it's true. I did. I don't do things unless I want to be quite honest. Sagittariuses are basically, if you were to associate a dog breed with all the signs, Sagittarius would be a husky. Um, and I do be relating to horses on a personal level. Every time I see a horse, I'm like, that's me. Look at that horse be stubborn and scared easily and a little bit crazy and break its legs and be useless for like ever. That's cousin right there. That's my twin. Let me stop being silly though. Bye bye.